This episode of the Movie Defenders podcast is brought to you by the support and generous donations of Kevin Athey, Jeremy Bensley, Alexis Borchardt, Brett Bowen, Megan Bush, Richard Cree, Josh Evans, Daryl Ewry, Bart Gurman, Alex Kirkby, Joshua Loy, Sean Masters, Mark Nattress, Owen Payne, Jim Sharples, Brev Tanner, and Barrett Young. What's up, Gothamites everywhere? Welcome to a jam-packed episode of the Movie Defender podcast, the only podcast that knows if you're struggling to decipher a Riddler and you've run out of ideas, back away from the computer and simply rearrange all the furniture in your house and spray paint the floor. It'll come to you. I am Scott, and with me is a man who, in an effort to figure out the meaning of life, turned his living room into the one Richard Dreyfuss had in Close Encounters. Donald, how are you?
Doing all right. I've gotten a lot of inspiration from mashed potatoes, so it's really good.
Anyway, how are you, man?
Doing
crazy.
Well. We might be done with winter at this point in our neck of the woods, so that's awesome. We've sprung forward, so I'm happy.
Here's what it's like to live in the center of the country, and Donald and I live in near the geographic exact center of the country. Like, no shit. Well, in 2 weeks, twice, we went from 80 degrees to snowing in 48 hours.
Yeah,
I
easily.
think. And then it happened again this last week. It is going to be 65 today. And 3 days ago, it dumped a ton of snow in the area. Mm-hmm. So
there was, I think the first one a couple weeks ago went literally overnight from 60s to snow and ice. Is nasty. So I'm glad that's hopefully behind us.
I agree. I get to a point. I like winter and I don't hate it or nothing. I get to a point where I'm like, okay. And honestly, there's a fair bit of snow and ice this year. We actually had a fair bit of snowfall, especially in the second half of the winter. It wasn't like every now and then we get a winter where like it snows once, twice, maybe. No, it was like every week there was something, usually on a Thursday. Cause it would get in the way of my guitar lesson, but
I don't mind winter being winter, but not when pick one, like either be winter or not. And don't tempt us with and tease us with spring weather and then go back to, that's just mean. And I'm not even a gardener, but I sympathize for the gardeners out there that have had to deal with that. But we're not here to talk about weather.
No, I haven't really watched anything this week. Actually, I've been working on a guitar cover from a song from a movie, and so when it happens, I'll post it. Should be fun. I hadn't seen it since it came out a year and a half ago, or whenever it came again. But my son had been wanting to watch Run, Hide, Fight. We watched it last night. And anyway, he wanted to see it, but man, he loved it. Like he was really into it, and he really liked. So the main character, Isabel May, who's actually the star of the new Yellowstone spinoff series, if anybody's interested, she has this friend of hers. He's this black nerdy kid, and he has trouble talking to girls, and he's shy, he's awkward. Like Sean completely empathized with that guy.
Oh, nice.
He was like, "That's me, man." He kept trying to figure out a way to ask her to prom, but they're kind of friends. But anyway, it was very, very cute. He loved it all. So I haven't seen a lot. I went obviously to this movie a couple of times, and spent a lot of time in the last 48 hours getting the show ready. So I tend to live in the movie that we're doing. I'm trying to think if I saw anything else. Crimes of Grindelwald. I watched. I think I got 20 minutes left because I was interested in the Secrets of Dumbledore or whatever coming out. So not like Uber, but I mean, I think that world is fun to watch a popcorn movie in. And
trying to prep. Yeah.
And I mean, Depp's good in anything he does. So anyway,
I was able to show my wife Coda, which we mentioned a lot. I mentioned a lot in our year-end awards special, and she agreed. She's like, Now, I was just in a puddle next to her, just crying the entire movie almost. She I think was not that moved, but she definitely was like, "Oh, that's sweet." So, I'm glad that I got to watch it a second time, and I got to make sure that she liked it as well, which it didn't really surprise me, but we don't always get the opportunity to watch movies together if they're not something that our teenager wants to watch and dictate out. But the other thing I was able to catch was I realized that the second season of Upload is on Amazon. That's got Stephen Amell, and I got 4. It's only got 7 episodes to this season. It had 10 first season, but I got 4 episodes in, so I'm digging it. It's back to it's more of what I liked in the first one. So
nice,
pretty cool,
very, very cool. Anything else going on?
Well, I better give a shout out to my brother Drew, who's been on this podcast a lot. He is starting his own podcast called the Treats Podcast, TREATS. And I was on the second episode talking about a certain kind of chocolate that's from Sweden that I had gotten in Germany when I went back in the 90s. And then I rediscovered that you can get it at IKEA. So that was cool. So you get to hear me talking about chocolate, and he's got fun
tell everybody why. That's really random, dude. So tell everybody why Treats? That, because I don't know why, but there's a reason. It's pretty random.
Why a Treats podcast, or why the chocolate?
Why you and your family would do that?
Oh, because we've had a cotton candy machine kind of side business forever, like basically since I was 5 years old, and then Drew and his family bought a trailer for shaved ice a few years ago, so they are deep into the treat business, and we also do popcorn and stuff. So he's found some stuff he wants to talk about, so that's pretty cool.
That is awesome. I'll tell you this. So a couple of things. First, everything Don said is true. So I had to go to Germany a lot for business, and I always went to the chocolate stores. I never came back without. It was, in fact, on the trip back one time, I made myself so physically ill mowing down chocolate on an 8-hour flight.
Oh my gosh.
It was because I love dark chocolate. Well, in Germany, there's dark fucking chocolate.
It's so good.
And it was a brick. And I was just watching episodes of 24 on my DVD player. Just and I'm like, I ate half a brick of chocolate. And I was like, I'm so sick. The other thing is I have an honest to God serious shaved ice machine. It's portable enough to fit in a kitchen. But it was when my wife and I didn't have a lot of money. Ice was damn near free, and the liquid, the flavors is dirt cheap for a big bottle. And so that was our way of doing cheap treats for the kids when we didn't have any money.
It wasn't the Snoopy one, was it?
No. I did get to see that. So it's really funny is my niece, they remade that thing a few years ago, and my niece got it. It's horrible. But anyway, it doesn't do shit. But anyway, I still have it, and I have a box filled with 30 freaking flavors. And I'll get so fat. I have to be careful. I so desperately want to bust that thing out sometimes, but don't. But anyway, so
very cool.
Very cool. Yeehaw. We'll tell you what, man, I don't know if we have any more else. This is a long movie that we're going to talk about here. And we have a lot to say because this movie is, it's almost like filmmaking tutorial built into the film. And we are going to examine this far beyond, hey, look, it's a Batman superhero movie. So if this is your first, before we get to some announcements, if this is your first episode of the Movie Defender podcast, you're going to hear us review the Batman like you won't hear everybody. Look, there's going to be 1,000 podcasts out there with what we think of the Batman, and that's fine. We are going to play scenes from the film. We are going to play score and soundtrack. We're going to play a couple of musical cues. We are going to have a ton of fun with this, and we are going to analyze the film chronologically. And we're going to break down the why, Easter eggs, why Matt Reeves, cinematography. So if you're a real student of film, you're going to love this episode. As a general rule, we're a positive movie review podcast. We try not to dwell on the negative or get too deep into things that we hated or anything like that. I'm sure out there, Donald likes to point out, and he's right, I am sure out of the 1,000, podcasts out there reviewing the Batman, 790 of them are going to spend a huge amount of time over something they thought was cheesy or didn't work, or some moment out of 3 hours that they want to gripe about. So that's not what we do. And we try to, if you loved the movie, we'll give you more reasons to love it. If you aren't sure what you thought and you're like, I don't know, maybe we could pull you over to the light. And if you didn't like it, I think we can still find things that you can appreciate that were very, very, very well done in the film. So I don't know, Donald, if that summarizes things.
I think that says it. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into some boring announcements. We are a proud member of the Prescribed Films Podcast Network. You can find our show as well as every other show over at thepfpn.com. We are now in the, there's like 30 shows now, well over 30 shows about everything from pop culture, toy collecting, horror movies. I'd say a lot of not all, but half at least of the podcasts on there have to do with horror or genres of horror, because that was how the podcast network spun up, was with a horror bent. But we do popular film, and there's others do indie and all kinds of stuff. So it's just fantastic. If you love movies, I promise there's a great podcast for you there. And so go check that out at thepfpn.com. And if you want to hear more of our nonsensical rantings, Donald, how can people talk to us?
Well, you can get, if you want, an entirely second separate show we call the Backlot Tour, that's available only to our Patreon subscribers. It's patreon.com/movie defenders. And the tiers start at $1 a month. We certainly will take more. That would be awesome. We've got some other tiers that get you more involved in the production and interaction with the show. All the way up to $10 a month, you get the director tier, and you get to pick a movie for us to talk about and come on the show even. So that's the range. We try to keep it low and affordable. And like I say, for like our Backlot tour show has over 50 episodes at this point, and it's available for $1 a month. So we think that's a pretty cool trade. We definitely appreciate the folks that are supporting us that way. If you can't support us financially, we get it. If wherever you're listening to this, make sure that you're giving us a 5-star review, you're liking it, subscribing it, all of the above, and whatever gets the algorithm to put us in front of more eyeballs would be a huge support. And so we appreciate that. All of our shows our episodes of this show are available at moviedefenders.libsyn.com, libsyn.com. Twitter and Instagram at Movie Defenders, Facebook.com/Movie Defenders. We've also got the movie discussion group on Facebook. Movie Defenders Movie Discussion is what you would search for, and there's some gatekeeping questions only to keep the bots out, and otherwise we have a lot of fun in that group. Let's see, Dan. Yep. Email themoviedefenders@gmail.com. Make sure it's themoviedefenders@gmail.com.
There you go. Well, first things first, we're going to have fun today. And we teased with some of our social channels a new show segment that we're going to do. We've been doing top fives, our 5x5 segment for a long time. And we wanted to mix it up a little bit for two reasons. One, to mix it up and just get a little bit more variety. The show's been around for a long time. It's time to inject a little breath of fresh air. And then secondly, Donald and I are starting to have trouble coming up with the 5x5 lists a little bit sometimes, because with well over 100 shows in the bank, steaming toward 150, we've done a lot. So when you a lot of times now we're like, oh, we could do the top 5 blank. Oh, we did that. Like it's turning into The Simpsons a little bit. So Simpsons did it. We did the 5x5. So we have a new show segment, and do we want to explain? No, we'll play the bumper first. I don't want to screw this up. We'll play the bumper first. So it is time for a new segment, and that segment is called "There Can Be Only One."
There can be only one.
Matey, there's only one of you.
I still only counts as one.
Are you telling me it takes two numbers to measure your own ass, but only one to measure my son's future?
I am the only one who hasn't committed mutiny. Therefore, my word is the one we'll be trusting.
For one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies.
I want to make sure that we get 2 coats of wax this time, not just one.
Why don't you just let that one go to voicemail?
Ha ha ha! That's a fake laugh, by the way.
I love that movie so much. Okay. All right. So what is There Can Be Only One? Here's what we're going to do. When we do this segment, we're going to take a group of people that are probably around the movie that we're doing. They could be anybody that makes film. They could be directors, cinematographers, actors, the cast, whatever. And we have to go back into their catalog and we can pick, if we have to pick one movie and only one movie they've ever done as what we think is their crowning achievement, that's There Can Be Only One. So for what we're going to do this time, Donald, is the main 5 cast members of the Batman. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Robert Pattinson, Zoe Kravitz, Jeffrey Wright, Colin Farrell, and Paul Dano and pick one and only one performance that they've ever done that we think is their favorite. Does that sum it up?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Awesome. Okay. Well, anyway, I have mine. It was hard on a couple of these, but I definitely landed on, I'm absolutely sure about all of these. There's one that I didn't see that I think that if I saw it, I would change some of my vote. And for at least me, Donald, I don't know how you feel. I kind of used my same rule I kind of used for the 5x5. And that is, I didn't use this movie. I think that, you know what? On 2 or 3 of these dudes, I may change their top performance to this movie, but I didn't, because I think that's more fun to grab something else they've done, because everyone just watched them in the Batman. I want to draw some attention to some other performances that they did. So hopefully that makes some sense.
It does. And we've also we were able to get one of our Patreon subscribers to contribute as well, right?
Yes, we certainly did. Yeah, so I think what we'll do, we'll go actor by actor instead of going like just all of our so Bart Gurman, our great friend of the show, been with us a very, very long time, great supporter, gave us his list too. I think we'll go actor by actor instead of do all of his, all of yours, all of mine. So
sure.
If you want to do that. Oh, and I forgot Turturro. John Turturro is the other one in there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we got him too. So let us. You want to start with Pattinson?
That would be fine.
Okay. Yeah. Let's start with Pattinson. So here we go. Bart said when he gave us his list, he said, I want to preface this by saying I could probably get away with putting the Batman on the list for all of these, except maybe John Turturro. The movie was near perfect in my opinion, and the cast all gave career-defining performances. And Bart, I agree with you. I completely agree with you. This movie, I can't wait to get into it. I'm going to save all my shit. So let's do this. Robert Pattinson, his choice for There Can Be Only One was Cedric in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. He said, I haven't seen The Lighthouse yet. So based on everything that I have seen, this would be my pick. I don't really know him from other than Twilight, Harry Potter, and the Batman. So this is what I know. He really does nail this performance as Cedric, bringing a lot of weight to the franchise as it took a really hard turn into a dark place.
Yeah, and I came really close to. I haven't seen him in a ton either, but I came really close to putting him put his Cedric role and portrayal in here for mine, because it was just very movie. It was a small part, and yet at the same time it was very impactful, and he did a great job in it. But for me, at least, if I can do my pick for 100%. Pattinson, it would be Tenet, where he plays Neil. We talked about Tenet last year. And yep. I think he does a great job with it, and it's a tough role, because he's interacting with somebody who he knows very well, and they don't know him because of timey-wimey nonsense. So he does a good job with that.
Yeah, I would say there's a reason we do the show. Neil at Tenet was my choice for Robert
sweet.
Pattinson's There Could Be Only One. There are some more smaller films that he's done that I hear people give him just high acclaim for that I have not seen. And so I kind of like Bart, I feel kind of bad because I just haven't run into a couple of movies that he's done. Mm-hmm. And I tell that they are incredible. And so I'm really excited for that. I don't know.
And as much crap as he gets over the Twilight series, he does his job. Like if there's a part of the Twilight series that doesn't work for me, it's not him. It's not his acting. So
right.
He shouldn't be ridiculed for that. I know he gets a lot of shit for being a vampire that finally turned into a bat, but it's for me, at least, when I talk about him being a sparkle vampire and stuff, it's all in good fun.
Right. No, I get it. I mean, look, I understood when those movies were made, I wasn't the audience, and that's okay.
Right. Yeah.
I don't have to be. And I don't hate anybody that hates those movies. But I also understand if I was, 12 when the book series came out, maybe I'd be all into it. I don't know. So anyway, can't cast dispersions. Zoe Kravitz, Bart, his can be only one for Zoe Kravitz. He said, from her performance in Mad Max Fury Road, and her name is so screwed up and I can't remember what it is. It's something like Toasted Muffins or so. I don't know. Think it's all the girls. Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Toast the Knowing.
There you go. It's like something fucked up. So I could not remember it. Anyway, he said, I haven't seen her in a lot outside the X-Men and Fantastic Beasts series, which were all fine, but Mad Max is a near perfect movie, in which even the small parts are pitch perfect, including her. And then he said, also, I should tell your listeners some story. I had a dream about her parents. Okay. I mean, I thought that Bart, I don't know. Yeah. Next time you're on the show, I think we're going to have to remember this and you're going to have to. So.
I guess so.
I guess so. Right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Is my turn or yours? No, you went second. You go. You're Zoe, or do you want me to go?
No, my Zoe only one is her performance in Big Little Lies. That's an HBO series where she plays Bonnie. Who is she has to be a stepmother, and a lot of drama going on in the 2 seasons that they've had. I don't know if they're going to do more. They don't need to do more because it's freaking amazing. All the actresses on that are just fantastic, and that's why they're on it. But she stands out in a lot of ways, and she's got a tough role to play as well, and does a fantastic job with it.
Yeah, no, 100%. Mine is Christina from the Divergent trilogy. So, the Divergent trilogy, I think Divergent and Maze Runner kind of get blurred together in the lexicon out there because they kind of came out at the same time. They were based on a series of novels. They're aimed at the same demographic, all that stuff. However, she plays the best friend of the main character throughout all the films. Cool. She has in the second film, it's a dystopian government kind of situation. Anyway, she has a couple moments where she has to flip sides. And anyway, there was a lot of complex stuff to the character. I thought she did really well. Like I said, her career, while she's been in a lot, maybe this is fair to say, Donald, I think Zoe Kravitz, Robert Pattinson, and Paul Dano, those three in particular, just launched their careers into the stratosphere. I think this film, I know that sounds weird, but if you look at even Paul Dano's IMDb page, it's long as fuck, but I can't tell you more than 6 things I've seen him in. And that's what I mean. I think that they're going from, they're never out of work to, we're going to start seeing them in some serious
household name. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. So Christina from Divergent. So there you go.
Cool. I haven't caught that series yet. So
I think your son would like them. They're aimed. It's aimed at young adults. The movies is about young adults, and it's sci-fi government. I think they're cool. I don't know.
Very cool. Unfortunately, he's at the age right now where I can't be the one to suggest it. So we'll have to see.
Right. You know what you need to do? You need to log into his YouTube feed and his account and watch a lot of Divergent stuff. So it'll just naturally pop up on his feed and they'll go, Dad, I discovered this really cool movie. And then you're like, you're right, son. Maybe we ought to check that out. I know nothing about it.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. All right. Let's get to our dear friend, Jeffrey Wright. So Bart said for him, the first season of Westworld is his favorite performance, and I can't remember his character name. Said, this might be the hardest one. I love everything this man does, and my favorite role of his is not in a movie, but it's in Westworld season 1. And by the way, show movie, there can be only one. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It's just performance or directing or whatever the thing we're going to do. He said, honestly, is there anyone in that first season that isn't just perfect? I just love the way he's so quietly coming apart as he realizes everything he thinks is true is not real, and that he is not real. So
yeah, he's Bernard in that, and that's for me. Jeffrey Wright can do no wrong, and I'm sorry for
you're
that.
Gonna say. I know what you're going to say. Come on, say it. Say it.
Well, he is the best at anything that he does. Like if he's doing something that somebody else has done, he's better. Whatever it is, it's just crazy. But I think that the one for me, it has been how he's transformed the role of Felix Leiter in the James Bond movies, under Daniel Craig, to go from an also ran, like, you know, he's always been a supporting character, always will be, unless they do a spinoff of the character. But he goes from being just a guy that James Bond always tends to encounter to a fully, you know, full dimensional character, and, you know, likable, and sometimes like, oh, should we trust him? Should we not? Which is fantastic. A lot of that's the writing, but it would fall flat if it weren't Jeffrey Wright doing it. So I love him as that. I would say No Time to Die is his crowning achievement there so far. And nice. I mean so far, because there's going to be more. Like, once again, I could probably list this movie as his next one. So yeah,
right. My favorite Jeffrey Wright performance is from the HBO series Boardwalk Empire, which starred Steve Buscemi. It's like early 20th century mob boss stuff. And he plays a bad guy, Donald, named Valentin. And I am telling you, he is a grounded, realistic, evil motherfucker. And he betrays everything he claims to give a shit about. And he is in most of the entire series. He's in almost all of it. I started watching it because HBO, at the time it came out, HBO was kind of doing no wrong with their series. They had done The Sopranos and True Blood, and they had just been knocking shit out of the park. And Boardwalk Empire came up. I'm like, that's interesting. I've seen a lot of mob movies, but not from like 1920. That's really cool. Let me look at that. Anyway, and the acting performances were just stellar. And it didn't last more than, I think, a couple of seasons, but I always remember him in that role. So there you go. Next up, Colin Farrell. Bart's answer is one that I thought's funny, and I almost picked it, but it's pretty cool. It's his character from Horrible Bosses, the comedy. This is hard because he typically plays characters you're not supposed to like, but man, he is good. He's good at that. I think his turn as the Penguin was so surprising because he was much more charismatic bad guy than normal, not just a straight up jerk. Along those lines, Horrible Bosses is my next choice because same thing. He's really unlikable, but there's a little twist in there. He was really good in Horrible Bosses. It was pretty freaking funny if you haven't seen it. So
he does great. And for me, I was going between like a movie that I like better with him in it versus a movie that I think he is showcased in. And I think for It Can Be Only One, I'm going to go with the one that he is, showing more of himself and his talent. And Scott, I don't know. I may be stepping on your toes here, but for me, it would be his role in Phone Booth and his performance.
The reason we do this show, brother.
He owns that movie, like a movie where the character is in a box and has to interact with nobody because it's a phone call through most of the movie, and he's captivating. You feel for him. You starting to not like him, then you like him, and it's like, oh my gosh, what the heck? And he's captivating throughout the whole thing. And I mean, what? It's the kind of role that absolutely, like, why wouldn't it be an actor's like best thing? It's like if an actor's playing Hamlet, that's their best, right? Like this is, as much, like Hammett has like 90% of the lines or something like that, and he's got 90% of the lines in this. So, but
right.
Once again, anything he's in, even if it's in something little, I think he just does fantastic in it. So
yeah, I agree with everything he said, and you're right. He had to carry the movie in a single location that is no bigger than he is. And he has to act against people he ain't hearing. He's acting against things he's not seeing. And he has to grow as a character by a lot. And anyway, he did a great job. So awesome. Paul Dano, Bart's answer. The spoiled little brat kid of Harrison Ford in Cowboys and Aliens, probably the most movie defender worthy movie on the list. I know it's got a lot of problems. I don't really know what the problems are. I mean, I don't know. It's a sci-fi movie based on a comic that's wacky as fuck. So, but it's a fun, dumb ride. And his turn as the no good son of Harrison Ford manages to stand out in the roster of some of the best character actors around these days, because he's right. The actors that portrayed that cast were pretty dope. So, what have you got for Paul Dano, my friend?
I've got I've got a lesson learned that, man, I have not seen enough of Paul Dano, and I look back over his IMDb and I'm like, oh well, I've seen that. What was he in that? And I've seen that. What was he in?
I'll bet we're gonna pick the first. I bet you and I are about to pick the same movie. Go for it.
Well, I mean, I almost didn't pick it all, honestly, because it was just like, man, a lot of these I don't remember him in, and it's not because he did a bad job. It's because I probably only saw it once, and the focus wasn't on him. Like Cowboys and Aliens, I like that was 11 years ago, and I barely remember the movie anyway. I think that he did a fine job from what I remember, but I couldn't have told you that was him playing it. But the closest I can come up with at this point, I was going to make time to watch Prisoners this week, but so that I could bring up Prisoners, because apparently he's friggin' amazing. That's kind of what landed him this job, among other things. I haven't seen it yet, and so the closest I can come up with at this point is 12 Years a Slave, and I don't even quite remember what he did. Like, I didn't rewatch it, but I at least can envision him in the movie.
There's a reason we do this show, because that's my choice. His character's name was Tibbets or Tibbets. I can't remember how they said it.
I think it's Tibbets.
He was probably the biggest racist asshole in the film. He's the one that hung him from a tree for doing nothing wrong, and then nobody would help him.
Right.
And not even the foreman or whatever you call the guy who keeps the grounds wouldn't even untie him. That's him. And I mean, I'm sorry. He is despicable. He's fucking evil. You want to put a bullet in his face every time he's on screen, and that's because he's doing a bang up job.
There you go. Well, thank you for elaborating more.
No, I remember him because he and the other one that's really bad is Fassbender. Fassbender's guy's really bad, but that kid, he's worse. He's Fassbender's real bad, and then the Dano character almost doesn't even. Fassbender's character always gives an excuse for why he's a racist asshole. At least he tells himself some reason. I have to do this to you because of this thing. And Paul Dano's character doesn't even have that. He just he's like, well, I'm just going to have fucking fun with you. So fuck you. And anyway, pretty dope. I have an honorable mention for Paul Dano, though, and that is Klitz from The Girl Next Door, the nerdy, quiet kid who gets to bang all the porn stars at the end because he's the only one that can get hard for the movie they make.
That's right. Go, kids. I saw that credit, and I'm like, he had to have been a friend, but I can't remember. Once again, like it was so many of his movies I've only seen once, so that's on me. Sorry, y'all.
Sorry, it's all good, man. All right. Last but not least, John Turturro. I had one of three in my head, and the one Bart has is one of those three. It's from The Big Lebowski. He says, I know he's only in it a short time, but he completely steals the show in a movie where everyone is a grade A scene stealer, and never has sleazy been done so well. That was one of my performances. I thought of that one.
Yeah, that one is way up there, and I can't find any fault in that pick. What I will pick just to be different is a different Coen Brothers movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?, where he's Pete. And I think he does an amazing job as one of the three main guys who are out gallivanting and fornicating or fixing to fornicate, and it's he you know, him and Clooney and what's his name, they all do amazing jobs with playing those, you know, numpkins. But I tell you, I think that's one of the things that I love him for the most.
Yep, 100%. I almost picked my choice. Almost was Pino from Do the Right Thing.
Ooh.
But I'm gonna go with, it was a supporting actor spot. He kept popping up in the movie here and there, but I'm gonna go with Joey Knish from Rounders. I still contest that Rounders is a wildly underrated film with Edward Norton and Matt Damon, but basically he plays a local, you know, card shark who, at least in the local, I think they're in Boston area, he's on the national stage. He's not like A list, but he does definitely push the character, and he's in with all the wrong people. And anyway, it's awesome. And then I almost gave a little nod to he was in The Color of Money as Julian. He was the local pool hustler that Tom Cruise first had to beat to get Paul Newman's attention. So
nice.
Anyway, there we go. Hopefully, was that fun? Was that good? Was that a little different?
So. Yeah.
I totally agree. That was a good way. It was instead of coming up with 5 of something, we just have to look through their stuff and find one. We could do this with, I don't know, let's say I'm trying to think, but we could do composers, we could do directors, we could do literally anything. I think casts is really the simplest. We could have even thrown Matt Reeves in here and said pick one movie, whatever. So we'll do this again in the future, and hopefully that was fun. Everybody enjoyed it. So
yeah.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Prescribed Films Podcast Network, home to hundreds of hours of free podcast entertainment. The shows on this network all have a common goal: providing you with the best discussions about movies and other forms of entertainment media. The PFPN hopes to fill your earholes with audio joy. Visit our website with links to all the other amazing shows at www.thepfpn.com. Thanks for listening.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this shit. I've been waiting for this for 3 years now because of the pandemic. This movie's coming out late, like most everything we're watching these days. So since when Affleck was going to do something that injected the Batman into the DCEU a little bit more, this version, I was very excited to see it because I think his version of Batman was wildly misunderstood. But then when he didn't want to do it anymore, and it was just because he said he couldn't find a good story, and also he didn't have a good time making Justice League because of all the mess Warner Brothers did. And he's like, why would I want to deal with these people again? Mm-hmm. And I hear you, brother. And that makes me so angry that studio meddling just took a guy off who had just won an Oscar for fucking Argo, took him off the playing field. So now Matt Reeves came in, and we're actually going to play some stuff, talk about how the Batman came in. But I don't know, man. I've been jonesing to do the show. I'm excited with every show I do. I have not lost my passion for this show. And whether it's a Patreon movie request that we do that I haven't thought about, seen, or messed with in a million years, or something like this, there's some shows that I just like, oh my God, the amount of meat to chew on this is so thick. We could just go forever. We will try not to, gentlemen, but it is time, finally. Let's go. What LFG? Let's fucking go. It's time for the Batman, kids.
When that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning.
From your secret friend, who, haven't a clue. Let's play a game, just me and you.
This is about a king. And Riddler's the match. I'm just here to unmask the truth about this cesspool we call a city. I've been trying to reach you. How am I part of this? Oh, you're really not as smart as I thought you were.
It's only gonna get worse for you.
Selena, don't throw your life away.
I can take care of myself.
You need a friend of yours? I'm not so sure.
Maybe we're not so different. Who are you under there?
I'm vengeance.
If you are justice, please do not lie.
Mr. Wayne.
What is the price for your blind eye? What are you doing?
If this continues, it won't be long before you've nothing left.
I don't care what happens to me.
You better stop your goddamn vehicle now!
Come on, vengeance. Let's get in some trouble.
Lie to me, Alfred. We all have our scars, Bruce. We need to save them. Here and now.
You just need a safeguard.
Woo! Oh my God. Okay. If you've never heard us break down a show before or a movie before, you're in for a treat because we're pulling out the stops on this one. And I can't wait. Well, Donald, where do we, do you want to start with your opening thoughts? Would you like me to start with mine? We generally start with overviews of overall themes and things before we get into the chronology of the film.
Yeah.
How would you like to go? Would you like me to go?
I'll start with
lead into. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll start with how I came at this movie in the first place. Like you said, I was ready for more DCEU. And I knew we weren't going to get it in this, and so I just wasn't sure what we were going to get. And frankly, the first teaser trailer is really the only one I saw. It didn't give me enough for me to really know what. Like, okay, yeah, I have a picture of the tone, and obviously, okay, so we have the Riddler and we have Catwoman. Okay, and I knew that it was early days, like a year 2 kind of thing, and so
right.
So I was expecting something based on that and nothing else. I like the first 5 minutes, I would say. We'll get into it, but like once he shows up on screen, Batman does in his suit and everything. By that point, I was in. And then it never lost me. So I have come at this from a kind of agnostic. I'm really not sure about this. I'm open, but I don't know what I'm going to get. Is this just going to be Batman Begins again? Or is this going to be something, another origin story or another, like what are we getting? And we ended up getting something that was very dark, but very smart. And the action that we got was wonderful. I am a fan of the Batmobile once again, which I didn't think I was going to be just from the trailer and seeing it. So I don't know what else to say at the moment here, other than
okay.
I went from basically 0 to 100 on this, and I dig the crap out of it. I have a lot to talk about.
Nice. I'm so excited. Tell you what, let's do this. Donald had a great. Before I give my opening statements, let's play a little clip here, a couple of minutes from Matt Reeves about why we got the movie that we did. And this is what Donald's talking about. Like it's, wait, are we doing the origin story again? No, but the origin matters and has actually a linchpin of everything happening here. But if you're ready, Donald, let's do this. And then it'll kind of segue from what you were talking about. So sure. Here is Matt Reeves about why this version of Batman.
And I said that I really wanted to do a story that put Batman as a character at the center of the arc, at the center of the character story, so that it wasn't about him. You know, obviously at that stage, you wouldn't do an origin tale because it was Ben. And so I was like, well, what I don't want to do, what I've often seen is at a certain point, once you go through that very emotional story for Batman, the stories start to slant more toward the rogues gallery characters. And those, there have been some great ones. I mean, amazing ones. But I was like, but I would love to do something where you take an imperfect Batman and give him a story, a detective story, go back to the noir sort of elements, the Bob Kane, the Bill Finger stuff, and then find a way to have that story take him on a journey that sort of, sort of reveals the corruption, the history of the city, but ends up doubling back and becoming very personal and talking about the origins that we don't see, so that it became something that could rock him and that his character could have an awakening, so that you could have an imperfect Batman that would have to find a way to evolve by the end of the story. Because a lot of times that character, I think, at a certain point becomes sort of very rigid. You're sort of like, okay, so the rogues galleries come in and he knows he's on the right side and he goes after them as hard as he can. He's willing to sacrifice himself, but he's kind of already mastered himself. And I wanted a character who hadn't mastered himself. And I said, I also felt that by doing that, you could create a very emotional Batman story. So one of the things that was important to me was the intimacy that you were talking about. I wanted this to be an emotional story. And I said, and if you like that idea, you have to wait for me for like 6 months before I can even begin to tell you anything more about it, because I've got to go back and finish this Apes thing. And to my utter shock, they decided to wait. What I wanted to figure out how to do was how to approach Bruce Wayne in a way that was fresh and different. And I felt like he had to be the Bruce Wayne that we know. He comes from, this sort of storied history. But I figured, if you had experienced something like that in your childhood, there are different ways you could respond. You have all of these resources. You could become, in order to sort of hide, you could become a playboy. You could do all these things. And obviously that could then become a secret mask to do, as you've seen in so many of the stories. But I thought, well, there's another response too. I almost thought of like the Kennedys or like British royalty, and the idea of something happening that was tragic and that it had just the opposite effect, which is that he would withdraw. He'd become kind of a recluse. He'd become almost like, Howard Hughes or something. That was this idea of kind of trying to find a way. Honestly, he doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne in this movie. Mm-hmm. So when there's a moment where he sees an opportunity to use Bruce Wayne as a cover, because the weird thing, and this is one of the things in writing the story that was sort of a challenge, is that if you're going to try and ground this practically, which is one of the things that was important to me, there isn't anything practical about being Batman. Because when you're wearing a cowl and you're looking for crime, you are the most visible thing on the street. Like, what are you going to do? Walk by a 7-Eleven and you go, that guy's in a cowl. I've seen that guy before. That guy, what's going on? And you drive around in your Batmobile. Like, you can't do any of that. So, but you also can't be Bruce Wayne, because Bruce Wayne is a legendary figure.
So and there's a little second part of that interview, a little 45 seconds that we'll play later on, but that's that's kind of what you're talking about, Donald. So here's the thing. This is what I think. In music and most art forms, honestly, everybody says, show me something I've never seen before. Let me hear something I've never heard before. There's only so many musical notes in a scale, Donald. There's only so many chords. There's only so many chord progressions.
Right.
The way musicians add uniqueness is how they mash them together. Mm-hmm. Every artist is using the same tools, putting them together in a different order, in a different cadence, whatever, with different instruments, but they're playing the same notes. Now you have uniqueness. Okay. That is what I think Matt Reeves did here brilliantly. I get tired of people going, oh, it's been done before. Everything's been done before.
Right.
Everything. There's nothing anybody can do that you can't point to something else that did it like that. But here's what I love that he did. This is a horror film, filmed very much like a horror film. It's film noir. It is a mystery. It is a track the serial killer. It is a buddy cop movie in many respects. Mm-hmm. He took all these genres and put them in a blender, and now it's something we've never had before. This is something we have never gotten before. The detective Batman story. And the brilliant part about the year 2 stuff is he's not even the best detective anymore. He makes a couple big mistakes and misses a couple of big things in the center of this film. Now, he's still better than the cops in some respects, and they let that shine through. He's still not the best at everything, which was great. And I can't wait to talk about that. I don't want to pontificate too long. The music is a character in this film. It always is. It's always the oxygen to which the movie breathes, but more so than anything, and Donald and I are about to nerd out on the soundtrack, but the sound design. Donald, so something tidbit. not sure if you knew this, when the pandemic started, they were about, what did he say? Like 15% through shooting.
Something
and
like
the
that.
DC and they didn't know. Nobody knew at the time. Are we ever finishing this movie? Like ever? Are we just done? Like, I don't know. Nobody knew anything in February of 2020. Like nobody knew what was going to happen on the other side. But DC came to him and said, well, we have this fandom thing and we want you to put together some kind of a teaser. He's like, I don't have anything. They had to invent the sound effects and the music and the stuff for the teaser. And a lot of it made it all the way into the film.
Yeah.
And even the sound of the rain, anyway, the sound design guys were talking about, it's fantastic. Reeves uses the same team of people, including Michael Giacchino, in everything he does. And I didn't know that. So kind of like Steven Spielberg has a team of people that he always uses to do stuff. And Abrams has Bad Robot and uses the same people. So does Matt. And just as John Williams is almost Steven Spielberg's personal composer, because in 90% of his movies, he does the score, right?
Right.
Well, Giacchino does all his scores. So this is a team of people that brought this together. But anyway, I really love what he said about let's make Batman what this hinges around, because it's either always Bruce Wayne, and there is a difference, or every movie becomes about the villain. The first 4 Batman, I would argue to you, are villain stories. We don't see a big origin story with Michael Keaton in the first Batman. We do for the Joker. It's a Joker origin story. It's not Batman's. I mean, yeah, we see his parents killed, blah, blah, and they tied it together. That's not his origin. That's been said. After Batman Begins, I would argue with you that The Dark Knight and Rises are about Bane and the Joker, more so than they are about Bruce Wayne. So to have Batman on screen exponentially more than Bruce Wayne was a pleasant surprise. I loved it. The cinematography is on another fucking level here. And I don't know, I need to read more about it, but I thought this thing looked like it was filmed on film, not digital, and it wasn't. And they use this really sophisticated digital camera, but it's gritty, it's blurry, it's fuzzy, it's dirty, and it was filmed in the cleanest way possible, which is really great. Anyway, the cinematographer, Greg Fraser, just did Dune. So if you really love Dune cinematography, same dude. Okay. Anyway, the things he does with the camera in this movie are so stunning. Can't wait to talk about him. But man, I will say, did you have the same experience? I know I loved it when I left the first time.
Yeah.
When I left the second time, right now, as of today, as of what are we at? March 13th, 2022. This is an early front runner for a lot of Defender Awards, including Best Supporting for both Wright and Dano for me. Best Score. I am going to get angry if the score does not get remembered come Oscar time next year. I'm afraid it's going to get Loganed and no one's going to remember in 11 months. I think, Donald, behind Dark Knight, this might be my favorite. Maybe. I mean, look, I hate comparing, and they're not even trying to accomplish the same things, and that's unfair in a lot of ways. But damn, the second time around, and I always do that. I was taking a lot of notes that first time and letting it sink in and hit me, and I'm like, I think this. And then you go back and you're waiting for the cues and you're waiting for things. Oh my God, I just fell in love. How was your second viewing? Do anything for you?
My first viewing was early before anybody else, and I got to watch it in IMAX, and so that was amazing. And I think the sound was more important than the big picture on it personally. But then I listened to some more stuff about it, and I just watched it the second time yesterday, and I made sure, because of what I'd heard, because of the interviews we were listening with the sound people, they were playing up the Dolby side of things and that mix and being able to, hear things above you and below you in the Dolby Atmos stuff.
Oh, it's so cool.
I was able to get into a Dolby showing of it. And that definitely made, a huge difference above just great sound system. But a lot of it, because I didn't know what to expect before, it rushed over me, and I got to be more patient. I got to be more, knowing what to expect, kind of like what you were saying, looking for the cues and everything. And so I was ready for the Batmobile to show up. I was ready for, for the different beats. And it was, it brought me a little down to earth, frankly. Like, it didn't jazz me up more, but it didn't disillusion me or anything like it. I'm not all of a sudden thinking, it wasn't that great. It's just like it was. Oh my gosh, that was amazing too. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And so that's how my journey was, I guess, with the two viewings. I think a lot of the way that it's filmed, the play of color and light, and there's some moments, I don't know, like they weren't big moments, but the moments when all of a sudden a light, it's dark, and it's famously dark, but I could see just fine, but everything, but then all of a sudden a light shines in your eyes, and it feels like somebody's shining a friggin' flashlight right in your eyes, and it's engrossed. Like it brings you right into it. It's like, oh, I'm there in the hallway where they just shine the flashlight. Like I don't know.
No, the cinematographer, if Batman's knocked out, the audience gets knocked out. Screen goes black, sound goes out. Mm-hmm. Anything that happens to someone on screen, it happens to the audience. And that's part of what was amazing. So many first person perspectives, or as Donald said, when there are victims having bad things happen to them and they're kind of knocked out, what do we see? Fuzzy, blurry, kind of can't really see what's happening. So Donald, no, you picked up on exactly what they were deliberately trying to do, and that is put you in the film and in the character's shoes. So
yeah,
mission accomplished, right?
Oh, 1,000%.
I just see more the second time. I hear that you asked me in the backlot tour when we did our non-spoiler review. So kids, if you love what we do, that backlot tour a week ago, we gave patrons a sneak spoiler-free peek into what we thought about the film. And you asked me, hey, what do you think about the music? And this is a great segue. I said, you know what? I need to go twice for that. I'm so busy with characters, all this, I can hear it and I'm taking notes, but I'll appreciate it and focus on it second time through. And damn. So if you would like, I wish we need a bumper for it. We just only do it not very often, but there is a segment that we call Keeping Score, and insert cute bumper here, but it's where we dive into the score and the sound of the movie. Well, Donald, I think the first thing to start with is the first thing that Matt started with. Are you familiar? Oh, so everybody saw the teaser trailer,
right?
And in the film, or in that, the Nirvana song "Something in the Way" was used, and everybody went, oh, that's amazing. If everyone seemed to love that, right? Like Blue Monday was used in the Wonder Woman 84. It's so well done. Like there's sometimes that
the Suicide Squad, the first Suicide Squad movie, the music selected for the trailer kind of, and the reaction to that kind of dictated like, oh, well, I guess we need to change what we're doing a little bit with the movie when it comes out.
And so I thought when we heard it in the movie, it's because of the reaction of the teaser. Did you hear like the story of the song? So basically, yeah. I guess Matt only writes to music. He always has something on, and that just came on a random, almost whatever playlist he had while he was writing the movie. And he went, that's it. That's the theme of the film. That's it. That's the tone. That's the deal. And so I don't know, Don, if you want to start with how they use something, do you want to start with this?
Sure.
Don't have to.
I think it's a good start. And I was not quite clear from that interview how much that was that influenced directly Giacchino's score. It definitely seems to be, because you get the. Do you have a clip of something in the way?
Let's go, and I'll turn it down once it goes. Here we go. It's simple. It's 2 chords.
Yeah.
Repeated.
Underneath the bridge, top is sprung a leak.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. So this is what Matt Reeves grabbed first hold of. And when they said with only like 10% shot, we need a teaser, he's like, well, I guess that's what we're using.
We definitely need to, right? And at that point, Giacchino definitely had written some stuff to it for the teaser, because he kind of augmented it,
right?
And so one way or another, but Giacchino, I know, had pre-scored the movie. Like he, as soon as he found out about the the movie and kind of talked with Matt about it, that he actually like started up on the themes and everything, and so had everything almost done before a shot was even taken, like before production began.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's segue into the Batman theme actually from here. The theme was Donald's right. Do you want to tell the story? I didn't cue it up because I wanted to move forward briskly. I almost grabbed the interview about it, but the story goes, we kind of tell it together, I guess. Giacchino already starts messing with stuff, but he usually does it like most film composers do. After there's like Matt joked, a 14-hour cut, then he watches it, then he goes and does his thing.
Right.
And there were two things that I found fascinating. One, Michael said, too many times composers are so concerned about hitting that moment and timing it perfectly and getting these cues right, when really we wanted it to set mood, and we were really less concerned with when like we did definitely said when certain things happened in the movie, we had music swell or whatever we needed to do.
Sure.
But that wasn't our focus. And then he said he wrote this, which Donald's going to get into. I mean, he wrote it before there was I don't think he'd read the script yet, and
Pattinson hadn't done his screen test yet before the music, because Reeves brought the music to, like he had even Giacchino had even been able to record it with an orchestra, and kind of gifted it to Matt Reeves, and that was what he brought in to the screen test with Robert Pattinson. So. And that was when Pattinson was filming Tenet. He kind of took a day off to go try out for Batman, which was fun. So,
yep.
If we can bring that up, if you don't mind, and we'll hear the theme.
Here we go.
So once again, you got that kind of descending minor third there, the bum, 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 bum. It is a different key than Nirvana, and it's a different rhythm, but I mean, it's definitely right there with it. They coordinate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know to what extent Giacchino actually heard something in the way before he did it, but it's kind of irrefutable that they're, together. If we can play up this little part a little bit, this is kind of the main melody. So it's not just that 2-note theme as far as the Batman theme is concerned, but
yeah, it's all this.
We definitely hear that as sort of the underlying. That's the marker that like Batman's on screen or Batman is on people's minds or things like that. And something that I think they both talked about, Reeves and Giacchino were talking about, was that this is the sound of. This is kind of the song that Batman always keeps stuck in his head. Like, this is his earworm, is the bum, 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 and the Something in the Way song. It's and certainly the theme ends up getting hopeful, which we'll get to by the end of the movie, but it's interesting how, I mean, it's still melancholy, and it starts in a basically a dirge, like a funeral dirge. And so it's but then also something I mentioned last week was that the way that it starts, the way it's used in the opening moments of the movie are to fill the audience and the bad guys with dread, the sense of dread and foreboding of like Batman's coming. And I do love that, like, the first time through, all I caught was that bum, 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 bum. But then listening to this, like, it definitely gets much more beautiful, more hopeful. There's a lot of criticism about this movie about how there's like no daylight. It's just very dark. There's no levity. There's no hope. There's no nothing.
Batman movie, shock and fucking awe, kids.
Well, I mean, to start with, but at the same time, it's like it's there. Obviously they're focusing on, like, it's a dark time for the Dark Knight, but the good news is it gets better. You just have to get there. And so it's, yeah.
No, well, I tell you what, can I play my favorite use of this and my
Please.
favorite cue?
Yes.
This is my favorite Batman cue now of all time. Of all time, my favorite cue, and you know when it happens? Right before the highway chase. And you have to, in your head, or in your ear, imagine this is happening, but that engine's revving and everything's about to go. This is only a few seconds. My favorite cue, Donald, this is it. I love the percussion, and that car starts to go batshit crazy, pun intended. And I loved it. I love that cue. I'm sorry, I wanted to throw that in. I loved that cue so much.
It lends itself to all those different moods, right? So it can be the underlying thing for something beautiful and hopeful. It can be just dreadful and foreboding, and it can be that which is just like, oh, it's going down. Like,
yeah.
And we'll talk about the beast that is the Batmobile here when the time comes. But the music definitely helped with all of that. Like you say, setting the atmosphere, setting the mood. And so I think that it's, I think that the Something in the Way song, the fact that it informs, how Batman was written, how Bruce Wayne was written, I think is not something that we should lose track of. Certainly there's, like, if you don't like the song, or if you, you have a reaction to the bum, 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 or something like that, it's, it might be too much for you. It was not quite too much for me. It was definitely prevalent when my first viewing. By the second viewing, I was very comfortable with it, and it was just part of the movie at that point. And so, if you had a problem with it the first time, I hope that you watch it again and focus on the rest of the movie, because it's great.
Yeah. 100%. Okay. For longtime listeners of the show, you'll know Donald is the music guy. At least he studied music scholastically. He took it all through school. He was in band. He did everything I didn't do. And I only in the last 18 months, have gotten into music, trying to teach myself guitar. So I start to learn some things. I learn what the vernacular Donald has been using all this time means and stuff. And I'm picking up things. So Donald, I picked up something on my second viewing that I hope to God, there's no way I'm not right here. But I'm so thrilled because I think I even know what it's doing, and I want to know if I am right.
Okay.
So did you pick up on a theme for the Riddler in the film? First of all, that cue is from a clip if you download the soundtrack, it's Highway to the Anger Zone.
Which is great
with that. So go ahead. Riddler theme.
All those tracks are great. I think I picked up on one, and I'm not sure. I don't want to steal your thunder. So let me know what you.
Okay. Do you remember they used Ave Maria in the film a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
So, right. Well, I think the Riddler's theme is Ave Maria in a minor key.
I agree.
And I'll play it right now. Okay, good. I'm going to play it and prove it to you. This is two uses of it. One is just the main score Riddler theme, and I only cropped out the main piece. I'm not going to play the whole thing. And the other is a use of it in the climax after the seawall comes down. So it's back to back, and you're going to hear both. And I want to know what you think, because I think, here we go. I caught this. I checked it out. I came home, downloaded it. When am I right? And I went, I'm right. Here it is. So this is just from the score. And now this is from the end of the movie.
Strings.
Anyway, that's it. So, was I correct?
Oh, I caught the same thing my second time through. I was like, man, is that the Riddler? Because I was listening for the Riddler stuff. I was also trying to figure out if there was a different theme for Batman versus Bruce Wayne, and I don't think I caught anything different there necessarily.
I'm not sure if I did either, but I'm not sure if that's because he's not on screen very much, or if that's just because I didn't catch it. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. I'm with you. I didn't really get it.
I caught a Catwoman theme that was very playful and kind of like intriguing and exotic, or I don't know what else to say. It was a lot of like up and down that was melodic and beautiful, but also kind of I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and I don't care whether you're along for the ride or not, which is very much the character, right? So
right.
I like the fact that it's weird. It's kind of unsettling. I mean, I don't know if we're ready to kind of segue into the actual start of the movie, but the opening scene is from the Riddler's point of view, and it's Ave Maria being sung by either a boy soprano or a soprano, and it's in it's just your standard Ave Maria, and it's beautiful, and they have it a couple more times through the movie, and then at the end, spoiler alert, he's singing it to Batman.
He's literally singing his own theme, screaming at him through the glass.
And so it's amazing the usage of it, and it's boy, if that's not the Riddler theme, I don't know what is, because obviously it's in the track that's titled Riddler. It's unsettling. I mean, the Ave Maria is like a super famous song that was from the Catholic Church and hymnal and everything, that is beyond like well known. So it's usually a peaceful, like it's asking Mary, the Mother of God, for help, and I think I'm not sure to what extent it is the Riddler kind of as a cry for help, but I think he's probably past that as a person, as a broken man. So it is very interesting that the selection of that as his theme. I'm glad you picked up on it. So thank you.
I'm so glad, and I got the key right thing, and I don't know what key it is, but it's minor, and I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
It's rubbing off on me. I'm getting all right, but that is a good segue. Let's get into the actual film itself. The title cards are really fast, which is
really early,
really interesting.
It's just right there.
Really, really, really quick. It's just right there. And then you see somebody watching through a window, obviously a well-to-do house, and you assume what's really interesting is the movie head fakes you early, really geniusly. You think he's looking at Bruce. You think you're looking at an origin story, because it looks like a little Bruce Wayne doing ninja stuff. Batman Begins, anybody?
Right.
With his dad, his mom's there, and you can tell someone's watching him that's, icky. But what's so cool, I thought about it was, it's done like a horror film. In fact, I thought this evoked, and I'm glad you just saw it, John Carpenter's Halloween, the first scene.
Oh yeah.
This whole sequence of when Michael Myers is looking through the little eyes of his, clown mask or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that's all you see as he goes to the house. I thought this was very reminiscent of that. That's why I really do feel like the cinematographer filmed this, and the sound design people really did this like a horror film. That there's something, yes, a grand Batman entrance is awesome, but there's also something unnerving about something trying to kill you or hurt you, moving slowly toward you, knowing there's nothing you're going to do about it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and I'm just going to get there. It was very cool. The fact that it was the Riddler, and that's not the Waynes, was refreshing. And I thought, oh, good. We don't need the origin. I got there. I get it. Yeah. Kids' parents die. We got it. I don't need Martha's Pearls, for a third series,
right.
Going down, which is fine. I love those scenes. I'm just saying I didn't need them. So, anyway, you also see news about a big Maroni bust. So Falcone and Maroni are the two in the Batman comics, the two big mob bosses, basically, and they're in the Dark Knight trilogy, and they're in everything. And they always bounce off each other, so that was really well done. But anyway, it's the Riddler, and then he's revealed. The glasses over the mask is from the Zodiac Killer. That's what he did. He had a mask, but his glasses on over it. That was definitely done on purpose. But what was really cool was it was scary as fuck because you don't see him until the lightning flashes and he's behind that mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, really, really well done. Scary as shit. What did you think of the opening? I like the head fake too.
The head fake was good. It was brief, but it was appropriate. I think that, where you're just seeing for a split second, I was thinking, is that Batman's point of view? And then it's just so creepy that it had to be Riddler. And
it will be. Later, it is his point of view. He does the same thing. Yeah,
that's the thing, and that's the other thing that this movie does is it definitely, like, what's the word, juxtaposes. Like it puts them right next to each other, and like Riddler, Batman, Riddler, and they're very head to head, and yet at the same time, as we find out at the end, they're not so much different from each other. ? And so. It was very unsettling, especially with the Ave Maria being played as the soundtrack. And so you knew that there's something just terrible going to happen. Like, this is a sweet family scene that's being spied on and by somebody that you can just hear their voice being creepy, or their breath. I mean, and then, when all of a sudden he's on the phone, Mayor Mitchell is on the phone talking with his advisor or whatever. He's lit up by the TV, and you don't see anything behind him except shadow until he walks past, and like you say, you see the glare and the lightning, and it was a flash of, oh shit, and he just is disturbing as all get out. Like, he's got that mask, and it almost looks like duct tape. I guess it's some kind of winter. What they say, combat mask or something like that?
Yeah, it's a mask that soldiers will use in extreme cold situations. It's a military deal.
It's just nasty looking, in my opinion. So
it is. And Dano really had trouble in the mask. It was really rough on him. I mean, Batman's cowl is not as encompassing as that.
Well, one of the things that I guess that he did for that look was also wrap his head in cling wrap and saran wrap. And he said that was a bad move because there was no breathing at all the first time that he was wearing it. And they figured out real quick to start poking holes in it, because he went like the entire day with it on and he was so dehydrated by the end of it because it had all sweat out. And that was very rough on him, and he felt for Batman at that point, but it was just unexpected, because like even the cowl is usually has that some kind of consideration for ventilation, right? Or at least they're aware of it, so they know they need to work on things for it. So that was wild.
But it is a mirror to Batman's mask, and these two. What's really cool about the Riddler is Batman kind of helped create him. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about his origins as the film goes, but it's year 2. He watched Batman in year 1 and went, "Wait a minute, that's how that guy found purpose. I could find purpose that way, behind the mask. Like, I can't as I am, but I can do it." So, in a way, Batman kind of created the Riddler in a way. The other thing here is he kills Mitchell brutally, and I was happy to see that, not because a politician got murdered. I don't mean that, but it's an aspect of Riddler's character that gets missed often. And that is, he is not only maybe the most intelligent guy in the room, he's not all there, man. And he's a killer, and he's dangerous. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think Jim Carrey came off that way.
Right.
He was playing it for the spectacle of playing it. The guy who played it in the 66 Batman, it's fine. And for the camp that show was meant to be, he was great. I've just been waiting in the Arkham series of the video games. They get him right. He ain't funny. He kills people, but that's what I wanted to see. And I was glad to have seen it, that no, he's not there just a little cute, cruel. No. He's fucking dangerous, folks. So I was appreciative of that.
Yeah. He's not a pixie or whatever. I think what I liked about this Riddler is that we got the part of the 66 Riddler that Jim Carrey was not. And like the 66 Riddler, I mean, obviously it wasn't super dark, but he was sinister, right? Like, he was a villain. And Jim Carrey's Riddler was not. He was just
mostly wanted to be famous and seen, and he wanted to be Bruce Wayne. It's really what he wanted, right?
Yeah, not Batman. And this guy wanted to be Batman. And I like how we get the riddles. I like how Batman is really the only one who can solve the riddles, which is I think a huge throwback. I assume to the comics, but definitely to the 66. And then there's even a part where it's like later, he thinks he figured it all out, and so he's going through it, and then he revisits it again. Batman does, and like, oh crap, I missed one little part of this clue of this riddle. Oh, that's what needs to happen. And that's the part with the penguin and the world's worst translator. So
yeah, we're gonna play that.
Yep. I think that kind of thing for this character was exactly what I was looking for out of the Riddler. And the darkness, the serial killer was all like, I understood that was going to come along with it, and I was fine with it, because I wouldn't want him to just be silly. And I mean, and so he was terrifying and creepy and not likable in one bit, which is also kind of refreshing to have sympathetic a little bit, but also like not sympathetic. Like, no, dude, you got this one wrong. And,
100%. Yeah. I think there's a lot of that.
Understandable, but not relatable. If that makes sense.
Sure. No, 100%. In fact, I want to get into his origins. I love, for everybody that participates, in our discussion groups, there were some fantastic write-ups about the movie, what you liked, didn't like. And we've had some great people post stuff about that. And Riddler's origin is actually one of the things that was kind of discussed a little bit. And as he describes his origin as we get forward in the movie, I do want to talk about it and its realism and all those things. The next sequence is incredible. And unfortunately, I can't play any of it, but this is the sequence where you see criminals committing crimes. It's Halloween. That is a nod to the Long Halloween, which is Reeves, and it is arguably the best Batman story. And I'm telling you, Donald, if you really are sitting there and I don't really know what to watch, you only got like an hour and 15, go to HBO Max, watch The Long Halloween Part 1, watch Part 2. It is fantastic. It is so good. And the story, you'll see so much where Matt Reeves got some ideas for a bunch of stuff, including Thomas Wayne saving Falcone from a bullet wound. That's from The Long Halloween. So
sweet.
Anyway, what I loved about this is you start seeing these criminals do things, and there's literally a drop head with his head is literally a drop.
Oh, right.
Literally, robbing a convenience store, and drops are the drug, the designer drug of choice for this film. But here's the thing. There's several things that happened, and it was all visual, which I loved. There's a gang in the subway. Bruce is kind of getting ready, and he's narrating. Now, why is he narrating? He's narrating because he's keeping journals, almost like a doctor would in trying to cure a disease. He's trying to cure the city. And what you're hearing is his writing in his journal, just kind of like the way John Doe did in Seven. And even Riddler did that. And we'll at the end, he says it. Well, it's really kind of interesting. You want to get really fucking nerdy for 2 seconds, Donald?
Sure.
The amount of time from October 31st to the end is 6 days. And someone pointed out that, well, the Earth was made that long, but then on the 7th day there was rest, but then there was still work to be done. Anyway,
nice.
I don't know if that's necessarily as deep as Matt was going, but cool. Anyway, what I loved about this sequence was a lot of things. First of all, let's go Bruce Wayne. Mm-hmm. That guy's barely trying. He's barely dressed. He's got a mask on. He doesn't give a fuck about being just a guy out in the daylight. He just doesn't fucking care. And he's masked even in the fucking daylight. Then he even says that the bat signal is about signaling fear, not just, hey, I need you, Batman, from Commissioner Gordon. It's about warning everybody I'm out there, but he says I can't be everywhere. And they always think I'm in the shadows. And then he says calmly, Zen-like, but I am the shadows. And what I loved about it was when the drophead gets seen by a police spotlight, he has to go run into a dark alley. He won't do it. Mm-hmm. He'd rather be in a police helicopter spotlight than go run into a place to hide because he's scared of the Batman. Then there are those people over the bank, Bank of Gotham, spray painting broke across the pillars. Same thing. They go to run when he looks up, sees the bat signal and goes, oh shit, and goes to run, and he won't run into the darkness. It was just such, no words need be said. And Matt Reeves absolutely laid out the reputation that in 2 years Bruce has gotten.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this done in other versions. Nolan, there's that guy who goes, "What? You got a better chance hitting the Powerball than running into that guy," right?
Yeah.
We didn't say any words. And it was so great. And then obviously we get to the subway thing, and he does walk out of the shadow in the exact same way as the other was wouldn't. But anyway, I'll be quiet before we get to the subway, but I don't know. How am I off?
No, it's great. And I liked how the police can't be ever either, and the helicopter is running around and shining the spotlight, but it's not that far removed from if you're robbing a bank and all of a sudden you get police sirens that you hear, but instead they didn't do that. They did it visually.
Yeah.
I love, and once again, we had the dum, 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 dum.
Yep. We also got something in the way in here.
Yes. It was kind of back and back. I think that the way that it's done is fantastic. And I love the fact that you can very clearly, once again, visually see that you got the gang of people on the subway. They basically got Joker masks made up on them, on their faces. And, that's what they're evocative of. Right. And,
yep.
But the one kid who's only got it on half, and you see the human half of his face first, and then he turns and he's got the other half painted. And then it's an initiation. You understand it just from what's going on the screen. Yep. You understand that it's initiation. They're singling out with this one guy on the subway that he needs to go and do. It's I don't know, what is it called? The 1 punch challenge, to try to kill him in 1 punch, which is sick. And so, but he's having second thoughts, and then he looks down the hallway to the darkness, and he's like, oh shit. And then you hear, we hear the music, but then you hear this footstep,
the footsteps,
and then you know that it's actually happening. And then, Batman's kicking everybody's ass except for him, except for the victim. The victim is even like, don't hurt me. So the regular people are not understanding that Batman's there for them yet, or, on their behalf. I think partially because he's not, which is something I get into by the end, but he's not there for helping the victims. He's there for himself to, and they ask, well, who are you? And he says, I'm vengeance.
Yeah.
And Batman is called Vengeance. He calls himself Vengeance. Other people call him Vengeance the entire movie until the end, where I think he becomes Batman at the end of the movie. And
I can't wait to talk about that. I said on the backlot tour, and I forget that only a handful of people heard that exchange. There's that whole piece that, you just talked to about, the reason he's doing it. I heard a movie reviewer that I really respect and love his takes. He's very positive. He said that every Batman movie has to explain, why would someone become Batman? Why would this billionaire kid do this? And he goes, it's not explained in the movie. I'm like, what do you mean it's not explained in the movie? They say the word every other time he's on screen. He's just taking it personally, because here's the thing. When that kid's killed and he starts to investigate him, he sees the kid, and we'll talk about that later, but he sees the kid. Why does he keep focusing on that kid who's now an orphan? I mean, he's got his mom, but his dad's been taken from him, because he sees himself and he's taking it fucking personally. He's taking all of this personally. You're not there just attacking the poor dude on the subway. You're attacking me, you fuckers. And anyway, I'm totally in agreement with everything you said. The kid, doing the initiation, plays Robin in Titans. He's Tim Drake.
Shit.
I watched the first 3 seasons of Titans. I don't know how many they're up to. I've watched I haven't seen the whole series, but yeah, he's Robin. So he's definitely what that lets you do. I thought maybe the little kid of Mitchell, if you're going to let this world grow, the little kid Mitchell could grow up to be Robin. Or what if that kid that he saved from a gang of initiates flips and says, I'd rather work with you. I'd rather do what you're doing. And he's Robin.
That's cool. I like that.
I don't know. I mean, they don't have to. I just thought it was set up really nicely. I don't know.
One last thing about this scene that I wanted to bring up is, after Batman has kicked everybody's butt, and they've run away, you've got that bum 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 all the way through, but it ends with an octave below it. Bum 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 bum. which I can't get. But it's just like the bottom dread of like, this is it. Like, you've started this fight and I'm finishing it.
Yeah. Well said. I liked also, everybody saw it in the teaser and beating the leader, but that's what you do. Grab the leader and you beat him up. And then the rest, the other thing that's in here, it's very subtle, but I caught it the second time when he uses on one hand, he has almost, Black Widow's tasers, and he tased the guy, but that explains later while he's in all the water and he gets electrocuted, he's okay. He's grounded that suit. The suit can take it. I just didn't really, at the end, there's electricity and water and stuff, and it doesn't really affect him. And I think that this first scene sets that up. It's just a visual cue that the suit
there's a reason for that. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's stuff.
Anyway, well, if you want to get into, if you've never heard our show before, we do play scenes from the movie, and we've arrived at the first scene we want to play. And Donald and I want to shout out all of our patrons who help donate money for us to do what we do. I was able, my phone was working okay with my mic. It was okay. But I was able to purchase an actual handheld recorder for recording nothing but audio. And then it takes the shotgun mic I have and all this stuff. Anyway, what you're going to hear, and Donald's going to hear it for the first time too, is the cleanest audio we have ever had on the show. Now, it's a theater. It's still big and echoey, and it is not like when I digitally rip something like you just heard Matt Reeves' interview was literally played from the raw, audio file. So it'll never be that, but damn, it's good. And you can hear freaking anything. So Donald, do you want to, this is the first crime scene. So we get to see Commissioner or Lieutenant Gordon. I'm going to do that a lot. Right. Yeah. He lets Batman in. They're like, why are you letting this guy in? Are you fucking serious? And then the riddle, the thumb's gone. He lies still. The kid found him. And then, there's something in the way I stopped the recording a little sooner than I meant to. I wanted it to go through his narration with something in the way playing while he motorbikes back to the beginner Batcave he has, but it'll stop when the crime scene's over, which is still all of it. So anyway, Donald, if you are ready, when we come out of this, I'd love to hear what you want to talk about with this scene. So here we go.
Whoa. Police action.
He's with me, officer.
Are you kidding me, sir? You're gonna let him in here?
Martinez. Let him through. Detective.
Sorry, Lieutenant. But we got blunt force trauma. Lacerations on the head. He got hit a lot of times. And hard.
All this blood is from his head?
No. Most of it's from his hand. Thumb was severed. Killer may have taken it as a trophy.
He was alive when it was cut off. That came out around the wound.
He said there was a card. Yeah.
Your secret friend. Who? Having a clue? Let's play a game, just me and you. What does a liar do when he's dead?
There's a cipher, too.
Any of this mean anything to you?
What's going on there?
I asked him to come, Pete.
This is a crime scene. It's Mitchell, for Christ's sakes. I got the press downstairs. I cut you a lot of slack, Jim, because we got history, but this is way over the line. He's involved in this?
No, he's not involved.
How do you know? He's a goddamn vigilante. He could be a suspect. What are you doing to me? We used to be partners.
I'm just trying to find the connection, Pete.
He lies still.
Excuse me?
The riddle. What does a liar do when he's dead? He lies still.
This must be your favorite night of the year, huh, pal? Happy fucking Halloween.
Excuse me, Commissioner?
I want him out of here. Now.
Kid found him.
Was there anyone else in the house when you arrived?
We really gotta go, man.
Underneath the bridge.
So, some things I really loved about this, Donald, is one, you see the detective stuff. He is noticing stuff that no one else noticed. In fact, there's this other moment where he notices The murder weapon is missing, but it was thrown across the floor. There's a blood spot on the floor. He notices it. When he notices it, then the police photographer goes, "Oh, I probably better take a picture of that."
Right. And
Which is cool.
He also notices like the condition of the wound on his thumb. The mayor's thumb is such that he can tell that the thumb was cut off when the guy was still alive. So he's no slouch. What I think is interesting is like between the crime scene stuff and the riddles, Batman is technically really, really good and smart and competent and everything. You talked about how he's not 100% the greatest detective ever. It's that human element that he doesn't quite have a full grasp on yet. He,
Right.
we find out, we hear later, Catwoman says, you assume the worst in people. And he has one particular thought process that he jumps to that like, oh, well, these are the facts. Well, this must be what's happened. And I must be right until somebody says, no, you're totally not right. You're missing these facts or this perspective, at least. You may have the facts right, but you just coming from an angle that just like, what? And, I like that aspect as well. That he's not perfect, but man, is he good at this point still, like very, very competent in the technical side of things.
I agree. I also love the decision to make Gordon a lieutenant because he can be on the street, on the ground, working the case. They did that in the first 2/3 of the Dark Knight trilogy because a commissioner position is kind of like a sheriff. It's a political appointee. It's a figurehead to go to a lot of meetings and go to a lot of civilian, oversight committees. And, it isn't getting your hands dirty doing the dirty cop work. So I liked that, they were able to do that. I also liked, here's the other thing that I noticed really quickly here, Donald, and I want to see if you agree. I think the fact that this suit, because Pattinson said the way the technology is, this suit, he could move in it. It was comfortable. It wasn't really that big of a deal to him. Two things that were amazing to me. One, he has no dialect coach. He comes up with that voice on his own. Right. Every voice he's ever done in any movie, he just figures it out. Matt Reeves is like, that's one reason I wanted him, because he just came up with that voice. Now, we played with different voices, but we didn't want to do we're going to disguise your voice thing. But he said, Matt Reeves in this one interview, Donald said, here's the reason. He's not the Playboy billionaire yet. He's not been in the public eye. There's not 100,000 videos of this guy talking. He doesn't have to really disguise his voice yet. Later, 10 years from now, when everyone knows Playboy billionaire Bruce Wayne, now he's going to have to disguise his voice. Right now, he just talks a little bit different. It's fine. There was that aspect. The other thing with that suit, I want to see if you agree. I thought Batman in this movie emoted through his face more than I have ever seen any of them been able to do before. He stared at that kid. His eyes were always very visible in what he was doing, scanning, looking at. What did you think? I just thought he could emote a Batman character through all that crap more than I've seen anybody be able to do, even including Christian Bale.
That's a good observation. Yeah, I think the voice helps that he's not disguising his voice, especially so that we can actually understand him, which is good. I think that I think you're right. There's something about the way that it's constructed. One thing I noticed the second time through was that the cowl is molded in a way that obviously it's got the ears at the top, but around its eyes it looks like a skull. It's got these ridges around his eyes that make his eyes really sunken, but there's plenty of space around there, I think, for visibility for him and visibility for people looking at him to see his eyes. And it's evocative of a skull, which I think is also kind of part of the the idea of him being intense and kind of like death, embodied and things like that for. So I noticed that it was like, man, what is that sculpt around his eyes? Oh, it's a skull. And
I'll have to watch that again. I'll have to check that out. I don't know if I picked that up.
Yeah, check that out. It's cool. And I think there's something about the way that that's done that enables his face to see, because it comes down under his chin. It comes out to, there's like an inch or so. So he doesn't have to talk through his teeth. He can move his jaw. So yeah,
and it doesn't close his nose off. Like Christian Bale always had to have his mouth open.
That's the other thing.
So he could breathe through his nose, which helps him not always have it. Because when Christian Bale's Batman and doing the, doing his Batman voice, he is breathing through his mouth.
That's
completely.
True.
Yeah.
Well, and the other aspect we talked about comparing him to Riddler, the nose of the cowl looks a lot like the nose on the Riddler's mask. It's got that stitched part on it that comes out as opposed to it being part of the mold, and that probably helps with being able to breathe and emote and everything. It was a cool look in general.
Yeah.
And his armor, obviously we've already seen that it's completely bulletproof and I don't know. It's just a kick-ass costume.
On his way back to the Batcave, he narrates a little bit about how the city's fucked and he's trying to make a difference. He goes back to the Batcave. The Batcave is very new. There's a couple computers there and there's auto parts and projects around.
What's in the subway?
He doesn't have what's that?
It's in the Wayne Tower terminus of the subway system that's been abandoned and shuttered. And so I thought that was a cool way to have the Batcave part of Wayne, because he's not in Wayne Manor.
Mansion.
He's
Wayne Manor is the dilapidated orphanage at this point.
Right. So
at the end of Dark Knight Rises, he donates the mansion to be the orphanage. That's already happened and it's already been shitty and already been closed down in this version.
Yeah. So he's living in Wayne Tower. And how do you have the Batcave under Wayne Tower? Well, guess what? There's a subway system there, and it makes sense that it would have been shuttered at some point, potentially. So, for the past 20 years after his dad got killed. So I thought that was cool. You got the bats, you got the tech, you got the tech. It's definitely still bare bones in a lot of ways as far as the setup, but he's got, it looks like some gearhead's garage, right? It's like he's got these projects going around. He's got this big old engine for the Batmobile that's just kind of sitting up on a stand and stuff like that. So he's got these different projects that he's working on here.
Yeah, and those projects are what is focusing all of his time and his effort and his mental energy, because he basically isn't. So he's withdrawing from life very much the way Flynn's son in Tron Legacy was. I don't want any part of this shit. Leave me alone. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go live by the pier, or whatever. Very much that. He doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne. Alfred comes in. They talk about the cipher and those things. And he said, there's accountants coming. And he's like, I don't, what? And he goes, well, I couldn't get you to go there. So they're coming here. Like, you're going to have to do something. And he goes, you don't care about your family legacy. He's like, this is my family legacy. In other words, where he's at is not a healthy place. He doesn't care about the money. He doesn't care about his name. He doesn't care about his rep. He feels that the death of his parents and what he was left with was meant to make him Batman. And that is it. That's it. We're done. This is my legacy and this is what I'm going to do. This is my life's purpose. The rest is all bullshit.
Yeah.
If I lose everything, I lose it.
Yeah. If I can burn everything in the process of feeling some sense of justice and in taking out all these criminals, then that's the best I can hope for out of this life.
Yeah, 100%. So Alfred is scarred and limping. Mm-hmm. They obviously were taking pieces, at least what I think, of, there's a couple versions of Alfred where he was like basically an ex-MI6 guy.
Right.
Where he's like, he says, I could teach you how to fight, but you need a father. Like, so I'm assuming before he became, Wayne Enterprises secondhand man, or the butler, or whatever you want to say, that's what happened, because he had scars on his face and he limped and he needed a cane. So I am assuming that was the choice, that he just got they don't need to talk about why, but that's what I took, Donald, that he's more the old Secret Service kind of guy. Right. And that's what he got hurt for. Maybe he had to retire because of the injuries. I don't know. But,
one way or another is along those lines. Yeah. It's special forces or something. And not the obvious like caretaker. He's more of a protector. So he was probably Thomas Wayne's bodyguard, or at least a valet, and not necessarily the butler. Although he certainly has enough authority with the housekeeper that he's Alfred, but it is a little different. So it's cool.
If I it's a long movie, so we're going to move briskly. But if there's anything, Donald, that you want to discuss as I narrate, just please jump right in. I'm not going to, anyway, just please jump in. I don't want to skip over anything we want to say.
No problem.
Alfred starts breaking the code. He's got a little experience with this. You can see Bruce put on sunglasses. He hates the light. He's like, what? Anyway, they start working the cipher. And then what he basically does is he learns that it's not the words it's spelling, it's the letters it's not spelling. And they figured out it's the word drive. They go find the mayor's car in an underground parking garage. And there's a giant hedge clippers, bloody hedge clippers. That's obviously what cut the thumb off, sticking out of the tire.
Yeah.
That's where they find the thumb drive. Which, don't tell me the movie doesn't have humor in it. It's fucking funny.
Now, maybe dark humor, but it's
but anyway, there are pics of the Penguin and the mayor and this girl that is, it's obviously at a thing or something, or a working girl. You don't know what it is. But then all these pics from Gordon's account, or at least it looks like it, go out to every newspaper in the world. You know what I mean? It was all going to info at blah, 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 because every URL gets email addresses, basically, and webmaster at info at.
There's some catch-all, yeah. And
he was sending them all to that. And then they talk about Falcone's got a place. The Penguin works for him. What was really interesting is the girl is beat up in the picture, and not a little.
Mm-hmm.
Not a little. She's beaten. And so they never really say what the relationship with the girl and Mitchell is. It's obviously not on the up and up, but it isn't obvious if he did it. It just was done in the club, done because she's a pros. They didn't even say if she was. They don't really explain a lot of this stuff. I just noticed, man, she's beat up. And it's not because it's Halloween. She's beat up. I don't know what it means or who did it.
I thought it was her makeup getting messed up, but I mean, obviously being beat up is part of that, I suppose. Well, later when we see her body, she didn't look like she was pummeled like that. So, but the photos could have been earlier. So
it could be. I looked that second time. I really thought it looked like a black eye and there was bruising. And I don't know, I could be wrong. You could be right. That in the rain, all the makeup started running and got all kind of shitty.
Well, it had to have run up as well as down. So it's hard telling what was going on there. But
so he goes to the club. There's a really cool thing, Donald. I don't know if you saw it, but 30 minutes into the movie, you don't know this is a thing, but when there's the outside landscape of Gotham City, which I think this is the best version of Gotham City as a character we've ever had. Anyway, outside the Iceberg Lounge, across the street at some of its wide shots, there is a window open and a guy taking pictures.
Oh, right, I didn't see the guy taking pictures. I saw the hotel.
You wouldn't. And the hotel's got a big sign that says hotel and the sign's green. It is a big signal. Riddler's over here, but you don't know that's important until 2 hours later. And then you're like, oh fuck. So when you watch it another time, when they pan out and look at the iceberg, just look to the left and that sniper where he does the sniping later, it's all right there. And he's got his head hanging out the window taking pictures. So.
Oh man, I didn't see the head hanging out. That's funny.
I didn't either until the second time. And I was like, wait, is that? Oh, that's the Riddler. Anyway, again, you wouldn't see it the first time.
Well, I was looking the second time and I missed it because I was looking something else.
Okay. It's in the upper left or something like that. Anyway, so he goes to the club
and the twins,
the twins. He's like, "Do you know who I am?" And then why did they try? Like, what? Just like, why would you try? Why would you try?
Clearly, the twins are not. I mean, I don't know that they share a whole brain, if that makes sense. Like,
maybe true.
I thought the characters were great. It kind of surprised me that actors would want to play characters that terrible.
Hey man, you're in the Batman movie.
That's exactly right. And why wouldn't you have fun with that? I'm sure it was a blast to do that, but it was goofy. It's all get out. And they repeated it a few times, which was fun. It was fun.
They did. It was a trope for sure. I loved the club. I loved the red lights and him just beating his way through until Penguin goes, whoa, take it easy, sweetheart. Like it in the thing. So we were introduced to Penguin, but I was like, oh, techno music, red lights, Batman, fucking let's go. I just loved it. It was a brief thing, but it is a good indicator of this. The Batman is the main character, not Bruce Wayne and not the Rogues Gallery. I really appreciate it. This is honestly, I think this is fair to say, in a single film, this is the biggest deepest Batman arc we've had.
Actual Batman,
I know the Dark Knight, the Dark Knight trilogy got one, but it got a trilogy to do it. In a single film. We got more Batman in this movie than we had like 5 others combined.
And once again, Dark Knight trilogy was more Bruce Wayne overall than Batman. Certainly there was Batman growth and development there, but just different. I think in a different movie, Bruce Wayne would have come to this club, and we would have seen him come undercover, as it were, and we would have missed out on Selena's thing later. Like, because Bruce Wayne could have gotten into the friggin' inner sanctum of the place, of the club.
He could have got to 44 Below, yeah.
Exactly. He would have gotten there the first time and known all about it. So it's once again, like, his inability to deal as Bruce Wayne is kind of hurting him here.
100%. So the Penguin introduces himself, and this is, I'm sorry, Colin Farrell is not recognizable. In fact, Jeffrey Wright said he didn't. Jeffrey Wright, when he said he saw him on set, he didn't know that was him. It is. Go ahead.
If you had never told me that was Colin Farrell, I would still not know. Like, I wouldn't have even guessed that it was somebody other than just an unknown actor that I thought did a really good job. Instead, it was somebody that I know fairly well, who was totally absorbed into this character, both in voice and looks. It was great.
I am so thrilled we're getting a Penguin series on HBO Max.
Yes.
I am so thrilled. Look, all respect to Danny DeVito, and still could be worse. My nose could be gushing blood. This is way better. I love that movie, and I'm all here for it. Of all the different iterations I've ever seen of Penguin, man, this has got to be way up there. Jeez. God, he's so fucfucking good.
I am curious how they will incorporate a little more penguin-y type things rather than Oswald, because in this, he's decidedly human. He just is called the Penguin because of his scars, and he kind of looks, like, he's got a beak and a big belly, but he's not a caricature, and that's good that he's not a caricature. But my guess is that they've got to lean a little more into the name for the show, and the motifs surrounding him. I'm curious how they're going to do that and still keep some realism.
I can't see him ever having an arsenal of umbrellas. I'm sorry. This version, I can't see that happening, because you're right. That's what you mean. That's an example of what you mean. How are you going to lean into what he is without making it realistic? Because he's really over the top. And honestly, the whole animal-like thing, that's a Tim Burton thing. That's not really, and in the Arkham series of the video games, he's a gun runner and he looks like that. And that's his nickname. And that's how he got the name. It just is what it is. Anyway, so a few things happen. He gets himself in, sits down with the Penguin, starts quizzing him on, hey, who's this girl? And he says he doesn't know, which is horseshit.
Right.
But anyway, he notices Selena's boots first, and then he notices her. She comes in to basically do a deal, hand him money. She gets drops, takes him to some customer, right? And she's doing it to try to, it's funny. They never explain why she works there. She later, Batman says, and you'll hear it. Actually, we'll play the scene. It is the next scene we'll play when we get there. He's like, I just saw you doing a drug. You don't know anything. Let's just not do this right now. They never explain why she's doing it, because Annika, she gets the job before Annika goes missing. Annika goes missing. At least it seems she does. So, well, I don't know.
She's there to get closer to Falcone, and
maybe that's it,
which she's already talked about. But it's not. It's one of those things that's not really explained until the movie's almost over, and it's not that big of, it's obviously not so important that we need to know it right now, and so it's not some huge revelation compared to the other revelations that are going on at that point.
Right. Well, anyway, she notices the pictures of the girl, and Batman notices she notices the pictures.
Right.
Anyway, he muscles Penguin against the wall, which is very, very cool. And anyway, he's like, I don't know anything. And they have an exchange. But then Bruce follows Selena.
Yeah, because he hadn't noticed. He'd noticed the boots, but then he realized that those boots were in those pictures. And
that's right. That's true. Yep.
He noticed that last. And then he's like, oh, wait, that's my next lead is following her. So he follows her on the bike, which I thought was cool.
Yep.
he's really he's followed her very closely, but whatever.
And she's on the phone with Annika, who's just freaking out about something.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm on my way home. I'm getting there. And then he spies on her the way the Riddler spied on Mitchell's family.
Yeah.
Which was great.
Great creepiness comparison. And yeah, Annika's seeing her face, her on in those pictures on the news. Like she knows she's not long for this world because of that. And so of course she's freaking out. And of course, Selena's wanting to get ready and get out. Now, what does she end up doing? Like, because we watch her put on the cat suit and right. duck out the window, which all of a sudden she goes from being, kind of a sexy walking woman to, like waitress type, to a friggin' gymnast, like she's the way she gets out of that window and down the fire escape is super, super graceful. So that was a cool little physical transformation there. And so she goes on. And so explain what I'm trying to remember what she does next. She goes to Mitchell's
place. So she's got to get the passport. So
that's what it is, yeah.
Annika can't get out of the country. And obviously, if Annika's not from here, that passport might be her only ID. So just to navigate whatever, like to buy a train ticket or whatever right. she would need to get that, she can't have it without that passport. Yeah. And so she breaks into Mitchell's place to find Annika's passport, but it wasn't there. I think she's trying to find it because later she breaks into another place and gets it right. But
no, she gets it right there. She just doesn't need it after that.
So then what happens is Bruce follows her as Batman and basically like confronts her, and they have this brief fight for a sec. I really appreciated this fight. I love superheroes, male, female, tall, short, whatever. Sometimes in a movie, and maybe this is just the UFC fan in me, I'll watch a 105-pound woman take down a 350-pound guy and hit him like he's getting hit by Mike Tyson. This, she could hold him off and kick him a few times, but when he just wanted to grab her and physically overpower her, he could. And he, even when he's got the passport and he's staring at it, she's trying to get it from him and he's just holding her off. Right. I just like the realism. It's like, she's a fucking badass, but when faced with someone twice your size and strength, there's only so much you really kind of can do.
Well, and
that's male, female, anything. Sometimes I watch it in a Hollywood film. I'm like, I know what you're trying to do. And I get it, but it's not realistic. I thought this was realistic.
I know what you're saying. And she's also not a killer at this point, because otherwise she's motivated. She probably could have killed him, if she'd had a gun, she would have tried. Right. She wasn't trying to, she was just trying to get it and get out. And but she, because she didn't want to take him out like that, he overpowered her. And that's, I think, the next step. So I thought that was cool. And he ends up, so the cop comes and so he's hiding. He's like, shuts her up and holds her around the corner while the cop shines around and like, oh, there's nobody here. I guess I don't have to look around the rest of the place, but
right.
That's that thing. If I were a guard, I'd probably be the same way. But afterward, he wants to team up because, like, okay, well, you know Annika, she knows what I need to know, and so you're my into Annika. Here's the peace offering, here's the passport that you need for her. Let's go talk to Annika.
Yep. And well, they go to so she we get to the next scene, which is they go back to her apartment and Annika's gone.
Yeah, and it's tossed.
and the place is ransacked. She left her phone there. And that's what a cat burglar would do, because the GPS will track you to where you go. So you don't want that evidence. So
I like that.
She left her phone, I think, on purpose. And anyway, then Batman talks and is like, well, if you'll wear these contacts, we can get you into the club. Anyway, you'll also hear the TV talk about what's going on. So Donald, if you're ready, we can play this next scene. They go to the apartment and Annika is gone.
Okay.
Riddler has come forward to claim credit online.
Jesus, what are they going to do? Oh, she's just a kid.
His victim,
Took my phone.
head of the Gotham City PD, Commissioner Pete Savage, was found dead earlier tonight inside the Athletic League facilities in the Tri-Corner area. The killer posted the following message on social media, and we have to warn you, the video is
This is incredible.
Hello, people of Gotham. This is the Riddler speaking. On Halloween night, I killed your mayor because he was not who he pretended to be. But I am not done. Here's another. We'll soon be losing face. I will kill again and again and again until our day of judgment, when the truth about our city will finally be unmasked. Goodbye.
Commissioner Savage served a distinguished 30-year career on the GCPD.
Holy shit, I seen that guy too.
Officer, to detective, and finally
at the club.
of the city's top cop.
The Iceberg Lounge.
44 below.
What is that?
The club within the club. The real club. The mob hangout.
Is that where you work?
No, I just work the bar upstairs. But I see him come in.
Who?
A lot of guys that shouldn't be there, I can tell you that. Upstanding citizen types.
You're gonna help me on this. For your friend. You got a lot of cats.
I have a thing about straight.
Not savior.
I can take care of myself.
I really loved Paul Dano's performance in these videos. There's one later I want to talk about the making of behind it, but we've seen, look, the Joker did it in The Dark Knight. It's something we've seen killers do before in a lot of horror movies, that where the victim shows up on a video, and like that's been done a lot. This was terrifying. And when he says finally the way he does, you understand really quick. He's not right. He's just not right. People don't do that, right? They don't say that. They don't talk like that. The Joker in The Dark Knight, when he did it, while it's while it's unhinged, obviously, as Joker is, it's calculating. It's cold. It's calculating. It's purposeful. This was both, and also he's just not right, man. I just loved it. I loved his performance. But anyway, yeah. Anything on that?
Yeah, I mean, he's just silently not right. I think that we could have gotten a little bit more out of the commissioner, and yet at the same time, he was already unlikable in that first scene we got him in on the crime scene, so it's okay. But that was interesting, and we don't. I am glad we don't see exactly how he dies, because wow. But I think that
yeah, I don't think we'd have had a PG-13 at that point.
No. And you know the amount of blood that would have filled that maze, I think at the point.
You know what it reminded me of? The film 1984 Orwell. That main character gets put in that exact same kind of thing. It's simpler. It's not quite as elaborate as a maze, but there's a rat on the other end of a cage, and his face is in the other thing, and it was part of the torture in 1984.
Lovely.
I could be wrong.
Man. Lovely.
I know, right?
One thing we get here as they're looking around her apartment, he takes a look at a bill, a past due. It's like a final notice bill, so they're not doing very well financially. But he sees her name, her real name, Selena Kyle.
Oh, did you see the address? Did you catch the address?
I didn't catch the address.
It's very simple. It says Gotham, U.S. Because Gotham's not in any state. They've never said what state it's in. So it says Gotham, U.S., not KSUTAZ. It just says U.S.
That's great. I like that.
Little tiny thing. Anyway, little tiny thing. So Gordon actually then lets Bruce see the commissioner's body. And he died of rat poison. The rat didn't kill him, but obviously tortured the shit out of him, and maybe after he was dead, they let him eat him. They don't really say, and it's not important. There's more symbols and a cipher everywhere, and another card that Bruce finds in a tray. And then, it's another clue or just message to the Batman. And then she gives, or then the next thing, it kind of gets into the next scene. He gives Selena the contact lenses that kind of record everything that they do. And also it lets him do facial recognition and IDs. And then she goes into work and he watches while she walks in, and he's watching from monitors or an apartment nearby, or, some safe house or something, or maybe it was her place. I'm trying to think.
I can't remember if it was her place or the Batcave. It was one of the two.
Yeah, it's not close. Anyway, she's IDing folks on the way in, and he needs her to focus on faces. If you're ready, we can play this scene. I thought it was fantastic. And she sees the DA. And then he's like, but you got to make eye contact. Who's that guy? If I turn around and make eye contact with any of these guys, it's going to open up a can of worms. Yeah. And it so does, right? Anyway, eventually the Penguin comes in, Falcone comes in, and as soon as Falcone comes in, and she also hears someone say something about Annika, she takes the gear off and goes to just do her own thing. She's there for her, not for Bruce. She used Bruce as far enough as it needed to get her some help to find out where Annika was, and then she's done with the partnership, right? So Anyway, if you're ready, here's Selena inside the Iceberg Lounge and 44 Below.
I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Where you going?
Hospitality.
That's one of the guys I got into it with the other night. Looks like I broke his nose. Kenzie. William. He's an off-duty cop.
Are you sure no one can see these things in my eyes?
Don't worry. I'm watching it. Don't look away. I need time to make IDs.
Great.
These guys have a little problem with eye contact, don't they?
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, baby. Feels real good.
Jesus, I hate drop heads.
Really? Because when I first saw you, it looked like you were dealing with the Penguin.
You don't know what you're talking about. Can we not do this right now?
Wait, who was that?
Oh, I saw him.
Look back.
If I look back, it's going to be a whole can of worms.
I need to see his face. That's the DA, Gil Coulson.
And he's coming over. You happy?
Talk to him.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
I'm Gil.
Hey, aren't you the DA?
Yeah.
Wow, I've seen you on TV.
Is that right? I haven't seen you around here before. It's a hell of a time to be the new girls. People are all a little on edge.
Oh, honey, I live on the edge.
Is that right? I like that. Do you want to come over?
Sure.
This is Travis.
Hey.
You want to take a seat over there? Richie, Glenn.
It's half the DA's office.
You know Carla here, huh? That's Sherry. Don't mind her. She's just taking a break, drowning our sorrows. You want to drop?
Oh, no, I'm good, but you enjoy.
Hope you don't mind. I got a lot on my shoulders with that psycho running around.
He's wasted.
No shit.
I like this girl.
Oh, hey, I like you too.
I mean, this Riddler, he's going after the most powerful people in the city. He knows so much.
He doesn't know shit, man.
What are you talking about? Yeah, he does. What about that rat?
Hey, Gil, come on. I think maybe have a little...
The rat. Ask him about the rat.
Hey, what's this about a rat?
I mean, there was a rat. We had an informant. We have big-time information on Salvador Maroni. That's how we got him out of the drops business.
I was talking about the Maroni kid.
But if this guy knows, it's going to come out. And when it does, this whole city's going to come apart.
Okay, I don't want to hear this. This is the kind of pillow talk that got that Russian girl disappeared. What do you know about that? Does anybody want a drink?
I want a drink.
Keep him talking. Wait, where are you going?
She knows Annika.
No, stay on the DA.
I told you I'm looking for my friend. Where's Annika? Out of my face. I don't know. Yeah, but you know her. Who took her? What have you heard? Is she okay?
Please keep your voice down. We got a death wish.
Hey, what's the problem, ladies?
There's no problem. It's just girl talk.
Let's keep it festive down here, all right?
Sure thing.
Hey.
Hey.
Been a long time since I've seen you down here. How you been?
Yeah, I've been okay. I was just headed back upstairs.
Well, You won't be a stranger.
You know Carmine Falcone.
I told you it's a mob spot.
You didn't tell me you had a relationship with him.
I don't have a relationship with him, okay?
Well, that's not what it looked like. Wait, what are you doing?
Listen, I can't
No. No!
So, that entire sequence, at least for me, was absolutely fantastic. I liked how Selena lost her cool. The minute there was a clue about Annika, she dropped it. What do you know about that? Like, she's not even trying to be subtle no more.
Right?
She's absolutely going to blow. If that continued, she was going to blow her cover. Like, absolutely, completely. And so it's almost good it went sideways because she was going to fuck it all up. I mean, there's no way she wasn't going to. It is. And then obviously this is our first hint at Falcone's a trigger for her for some reason. We don't know why, but seeing him and then hearing about Annika changed everything in her head. And it's really interesting as to why, right? So I don't know. Anything else on, excuse me, anything on that?
No, I mean, I thought it was some tight writing to get, like if you're going to have facial recognition at a club where people don't want to be seen, you put your camera on a person that everybody wants to look at. And, so that was fun. And I liked her reluctance to like not get eye contact. Cause she's right. Like, I don't want to look these guys in the eye because it's just going to be a whole thing. I don't know about you, but when Peter Sarsgaard, is that right? Yeah. When he showed up and was talking to her, I thought for sure, like, hey, you're new around here. I thought that there was like a sinister part. Like, I did not. I thought the jig was up at that point. That he was going to blow her cover at that point. Like, you're I haven't seen you around here before, and everybody's really nervous about new people and what's going on. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't. He tiptoes right up to the edge of figuring it out, and then he's like, "But hey, you want to drop and come sit with us?"
Well, here's why. So 2 reasons. 1, he's wasted, but 2, it's the reason. What's funny? It's the reason that men like strip clubs, and it's the reason that I generally don't. And that is, she acts like she gives a shit. She acts interested. She's like, "Oh, hey, yeah, baby. Yeah, I'll sit with you." She's so good at it because she's been working here, and she's also con artist and all those things.
And let's be frank, it doesn't take much.
Right. Well, no, you're not wrong. But that's always what it's funny. It's not like I haven't been to a gentleman's club before, and I had one at my bachelor's party. And I mean, it's been a million years since I've been in one, but it always was that thing where in the back of my head, I'm like, this is all fake. They don't give a fucking shit. And as soon as I leave, it'll be on. So that's what turned me off. Like, faking like you give a shit is not, but that's why a lot of guys like it. But that's why, like, she's hot, she's cute, she's new, and he's high as a kite.
Right.
And so I don't know. Well, I'm with you.
And
he didn't get close.
And she stroked his ego. Like, she recognizes him. He's famous. She's seen him on TV. That's like super ego, that's like drops from your ego. So it's a whole thing.
It's so good. So at the end of this, when they walk out, the Riddler's waiting in his car, and it's so cool. There's 2 things you notice. 1, the headrest has been ripped out. 2, the windows are foggy, really fucking foggy from the inside, because he's been sitting in there God knows how long, the Riddler, to jump him. And then what I really loved, and they did it every fucking time that the Riddler was doing something icky, it's all wildly out of focus.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it's the cinematographers trying to put you in the shoes of the victim. He couldn't really see all of what was going on. He didn't understand. He can't. I just looked so good. And then the red and the blue lights, the whole thing just visually was stunning to me.
It was great. And as he's walking there, like, I think he turns around and you can see the Riddler in the back of the car. You can see his little shadow, that there's somebody in the car and who's looking at him, and then backs down when he starts approaching. I thought that the foggy on the inside was a great, smart touch, because number one, he couldn't see inside. He wasn't paying attention. He wasn't, and he's high, so he doesn't pay attention to, like, why would it be foggy inside? I know it's raining outside, but that's I once again it's like he everything's in the DA's like he can't be a dumb guy, but boy is he being dumb because he's all hopped up, and it's all real consistent and artfully done. And like you said, the fact that then because of the fog, it gives him something else to pull the focus to, and you just see the lights and the silhouettes at that point.
And hear tape ripping, and
it makes it creepier to not be able to see. I'm a big proponent. I mean, this is part of why I don't like a lot of horror movies that are out there that just want to show you everything. I don't want to see everything. I want to imagine. I can imagine much worse. Let me tell you. And
like the last guy, though, you saw just enough of the rat in the cage to let your imagination do what it needed to do.
Of course. I think I really respect filmmakers that can do that and do it well. So it's
for you. That's the right balance.
That's the
stuff. Get me to the edge. Don't push me over don't push over the edge. Get there, but yeah.
I mean the word obscene literally means off scene. Like they back in the Greek plays, they would have Oedipus gouge his own eyes out at off the stage, and then come back with a different mask that had his eyes all gouged out. So you didn't see the actual happen because it was literally obscene. And I mean, I'm not a prude, but at the same time, like I don't need to see that. So, like I say, I respect it. It makes it more terrifying, honestly, and more disturbing.
Right. So they go to the bat signal, and Gordon and Batman meet. What I loved about the bat signal. It's not clean. It was literally a piece of metal shoved in between the metal shutters. They took a spotlight and just broke the middle 3 shutters and shoved this piece of metal inside. It's an early version of the bat signal. Normally there's this big custom made spotlight from Wayne Enterprises. No, they just stuck an old skylight and jammed this piece of metal inside that kind of looked like the shape. That was dope. Nice touch. Loved it.
That's fun.
Anyway, they talk about that there was a CI and the confidential informant in the Maroney case, and I can't remember what Gordon asks him, like about like why not me or whatever, and he's like, yeah, but you're not corrupt. Like I know it's not you, or something like that. Anyway, he's going the three people that have now died. Mitchell, the commissioner, and the DA all were involved in this case. That was huge. It was the biggest drug bust in the city history. And they thought they really shut down a huge swath of drop production, right? And we find out later that's not a thing.
And so what we're thinking at this point, I think what the audience is led to believe is that what the Riddler wants is to find out who, like he was basically from the Maroney side of things and is wanting to out the rat so the rat can get killed, as one does with rats, right? Like because that's what would make sense. Like, we're gonna be taking and I'm using the blackmail stuff that I have on these guys, on these officials, but in order to push this through to get the rat out in the open. But in general, like that seems to be what it is. He doesn't seem to be on some kind of a quest for justice, especially at this point at the moment. It's really just about outing the rat that we find out about. And so now the question that is on Gordon's and Batman's mind at this point is who's the rat? Because at this point, like I think Batman even says, like Riddler's in control at this point. We need to find out who the rat is so that hopefully he can stop killing people, because then he'll be satisfied with whatever. Also thinking that, rats usually aren't very high profile, so let's trade up a pawn for, so that he stops killing kings and bishops. Right.
Yeah.
So, and then I do like the idea. I've always loved the fact that Jim Gordon is above the corruption. That's always been real important to me. And so I did like that. Every time that they affirm that, I don't know, that's just warm and fuzzy for me. I don't know why, but
no, you're dead on. And there's another thing later in the movie I want to talk about, because I feel the same way about Gordon and then a couple of other characters.
Right.
So,
right.
Keep going.
And so what, the next day, Bruce and Alfred are talking, right? Because Bruce he's actually dressed up. What the hell?
He's like, but here's a problem. he's going to the memorial and he can't even get dressed right.
Yeah.
He doesn't go out in the day enough. He doesn't have cufflinks. And to you and me, what would I do? Button the shirt, like whatever. But to Alfred, it's what are you doing? Like you're finally going out of the house as Bruce Wayne. And you're going to be seen, and you're not going to be seen looking like a schlubby piece of shit.
Yeah.
And it was bothering him, and the cufflinks that he gave him were his father's. There's a really interesting thing. I don't necessarily know. There's a lot of things that are setting up the Riddler and Batman being mirrors of each other. The W that's on the cufflinks has a really squiggly snake line through it that looks a lot like all the cipher symbols. There's a lot of snaking lines and squirrely lines through a lot of that imagery. And the cufflinks look that same way.
I'd have to look at that again.
Maybe it's a coincidence. But if you look at them, it's not just a W. There's a W with some shit inside of it, and that looks like a lot of the cipher shit. Could have just been a coincidence. I don't know, but I picked up on it. Anyway, they mention, rat with wings and a stool pigeon. And he's only going to the memorial because he thinks the Riddler will be there, because serial killers love the promotion and they love the notoriety, and they usually do that kind of a thing.
They want to see the response. They want to watch the people mourning over their victim that they killed. Like I did that. Look, this is my Oscars where I get to see what everyone's reaction is, and I'm just going to eat it up. I think that number one, the music in the scene is gorgeous. And it's another rainy day in Gotham. And I was gonna look up what Bruce Wayne's Corvette is. Isn't it a Corvette that he drives up in? It's just friggin' gorgeous.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I didn't look.
But like he's going through.
Close anyway.
There's protesters that are like on Riddler's side at this point, right?
And yes, and they are the beginning of his followers.
Right.
It's very clear. In fact, in the memorial, he runs into a dad who lost a daughter to crime or something. I'm trying to remember what that was. He overhears it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy at the very end that says, "I'm vengeance."
That they unmask, yeah, which is wild. That's all nice touches, right? Like I think it's great. And he gets out of the car, and he can't even pay the valet to tip the valet to take the car off before he's recognized. Hey, Bruce Wayne! And
right, like holy shit, you're here, right?
Yeah, so that's he can't get away, and you can see him recoil from.
Yes,
it's like
he does not know how to deal with this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I wouldn't know how to deal with that kind of notoriety in a seemingly positive way, but just being that famous, where everybody knows, it'd be like Tom Cruise, Suri Cruise, right? Like she couldn't go anywhere forever. Maybe she still can't, but without saying, "Oh, that's Suri Cruise." Same kind of deal,
right? Well, Falcone, he passes by several people that Falcone really has a moment. I don't think he's seen Bruce since maybe that day in the mansion, because Bruce actually does in the Long Halloween. Bruce talks to Falcone as a boy quite a bit, actually. But anyway, he talks about his dad saved his life. That's right out of the Long Halloween.
But before that, so Bruce looks over and sees Falcone get out of the thing. He sees a woman with the boots, the lace-up boots. That look exactly like Selena's. He's like, "Oh shit! She told me that she didn't have. She got mad that I insinuated there was a relationship with him, and here she is coming to the friggin' mayor's funeral, the first time that Falcone's been seen in public for a long time, and she's there with him. And so he's walking up trying to catch him, and Penguin kind of stops him. Like Falcone's entourage helps stop him, before he gets to him, because that's what their job is. And then finally, everybody turns around and, oh, that's not her. That's the girl who talked about Annika the night before to Selena. And so she is the girl. She is Falcone's girl. And that's where we have the talk about, how Thomas Wayne was a doctor, saved Falcone's life back in the day, because he got shot and couldn't go anywhere else. Couldn't go to a hospital or get brought in. And so that was a cool little moment between them, and obviously pretty important for later on. But even just the first time through, I was like, huh, he actually, wow, because I hadn't read Long Halloween, so I had no idea that this was a thing that, you know, Falcone would be anything other than like, you know, at cold and like, oh, you're a mark that I haven't gotten to yet. You know, I haven't figured out how to get anything on you yet. That's not what it is. He's like, oh, you're the son of the guy who saved my life. That's awesome.
Yeah, but also Bruce jabs him, goes, yeah, well, he took the Hippocratic Oath. In other words, he'd have done that for anybody, so fuck you, and he didn't do it because he likes you. Right. It was great. And then Turturro goes, Hippocratic Oath. That's good. Like, like I see what you did there, kid. Like, yeah, zing, you got me. Right. Anyway, I'm with you. I love the back and forth. Anyway, he starts trying to eyeball people in the crowd, trying to find suspects. There is one in the balcony he misses. That is actually the Joker, and he's there.
Riddler.
The Riddler, sorry, and you hear the screams. Everyone stands up. Bruce gets the kid out of the way of the car crashing in, and what's really interesting is there's ciphers all over the car, but the words DOA are like the DA is DOA is written on the back of the car. Is pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and then Coulson gets out, and he's got a phone and a card on him that says "To the Batman." And again,
the collar with the gun with a collar with C4 on him. So
right, and then right, and then the kid being there, which is Mitchell's kid, is there, and also the other mayor candidate who is running against Mitchell is there to pay her respects.
She's trying to get
there's this really
she's trying to get him on board and his attention because he's been out of it, right? So this is her chance. She otherwise wouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't really like how she treated him. Like, she kind of treated him like, you have money, so you have to help. And I don't really think you're doing enough. Like, it really was, she almost talked condescending to him a little bit. Later on in the movie, there's a really cool moment. It's so fast on the TV, Donald, because there's two mayor candidates and one was killed. Mm-hmm. She kind of wins by default, I guess. They didn't really explain it. I don't know but anyway, the mayor's, Mitchell's wife and son were there to show support and solidarity. That I liked. That was a very cool touch.
Yes, exactly.
I know that was my political opponent. We're going to show up here.
She went to go pay her respect. She left him because she really wanted, you know, his money, and she's trying to be like, I would agree. She's a little pushy and she doesn't have much time anyway, but she has this conscience of that he should be having of, your dad had put together this renewal project. What are you doing for this? Because the renewal project isn't working. She said that in the very first scene on the TV, right? And so we got to work together on this. Like, come on, wake up, kid. Like, let's do this. But
no, you're right.
Wait a second, I need to go pay my respects. And so she's doing that, which is totally appropriate that she should be doing it.
Yes.
You know, she I like that it wasn't like, oh, there's cameras over there. Let me go and make sure I pay my respects in front of the camera. That's not that. She's just going and paying her respects. So
yeah. And I think that they solidified that when the opposite happened when she went to her acceptance.
Exactly.
Speech. Yeah. I totally agree with everything you said. Yeah. Well, let's play the scene. So this is the memorial. The car comes crashing in. It starts. You're going to hear the theme and the sound of his boots. Anyway, you find out who, he starts asking about the rat, Dano calls and anyway, here's what happens, and it ends with a big giant fucking explosion. Here we go.
He made me do it. I'm so sorry. He told me if I didn't do exactly what he said, he'd kill me. I'm so sorry.
Looks like a combination lock.
Can we just cut it off?
Not if you want to keep your head.
You came.
Who are you?
Me. Nobody. I'm just an instrument. Here to unmask the truth about this cesspool we call a city.
Unmask?
Yes. Let's do it together, okay? I've been trying to reach you. You're part of this, too.
How am I part of this?
You'll see.
Hey, Chief, you better take a look at this.
Say hello to my followers. We're live. They're here to watch our little trial. At the moment, the man you, Mr. Coulson, is dead.
Jesus, can we get somebody out here? This thing's gonna kill me!
Get on! You deserve to be dead after what you did! You hear me?
Okay.
I'm giving you a chance. No one ever gave me a chance. Now, ever since I was a child, I've always loved little puzzles. For me, they're a retreat from the horrors of our world. Maybe they can bring some comfort to you too, Mr. Coulson.
You want me to do puzzles?
3 riddles in 2 minutes. You give me the answers, and I'll give you the code for the lock. Do you understand?
Okay. So I just, you want me to...
Riddle number 1. It can be cruel, poetic, or blind, but when it's denied, it's through violence you may find.
Wait. Can you repeat that? Cruel, poetic...
Justice.
Huh?
The answer's justice.
Justice?
Yes! Justice! And you were supposed to be an arm of justice in this city along with the late mayor and police commissioner, were you not, Mr. Coulson?
Of course.
Riddle number 2. If you are justice, please do not lie. What is the price for your blind eye?
Bribes.
Oh, God, bribes!
He's asking how much it costs for you to turn your back.
58 seconds!
How much?
Nothing! How much? 10 grand? 10 G's a month I get a monthly payment just not to prosecute certain cases.
What cases?
You didn't ask me that. Come on. 10 grand.
Okay. Don't lose your head, Mr. Coulson. There's one more to go before your time runs out. Last riddle. Since your justice is so select, please tell us which vermin you're paid to protect.
The rat. The informant you all protect from the Salvatore Maroni case.
How do you know?
What's his name?
20 seconds.
No.
He's gonna kill you.
I'm a dead man. Either way, you're talking to a dead man, okay? If I go out this way, it's just me. But if I give over that name, I have family, people I love. They'll kill them too.
Who will?
People I watch.
What people?
So much bigger than you could ever imagine. It's the whole system.
5, 4, 3,
So I don't know if you remember this, Donald, but in 2003, this was a thing. Do you remember the pizza delivery bank robbery guy?
Oh, yeah. 30 minutes or less was the,
And his head really blew off with a bomb around his neck. And there's a Netflix documentary about it. And I forgot about it. Netflix got in some hot water because they didn't put any warnings.
Oof.
And they actually showed it going off. There is a video, and I saw it a million years ago. There is a video of it going off with his head on it. And, it's less graphic than you think. It goes and then his body kind of falls behind a hill and you kind of can't see the aftermath. But it really happened. And he claims that 4 guys put it on him and made him rob the bank. And I don't know if it was ever solved. I got to watch the documentary. Anyway, this is based on a thing. What I loved absolutely about this, and I want to talk about, we got that part of the interview we want to play. Dano stole the show and did over 200. He did. Reeves said of this, it's just him in that mask on a soundstage recording the iPhone footage, basically, right?
Right.
He did 200 takes and he asked for them. Let me try if I come in from the side. Let me try if I come in from the bottom. Wait, let me yell that a little louder this time. Wait, nope. Let me do it quieter this time on his own.
Awesome.
He just kept asking to do, like, Jesus, dude. I'm sorry. When he screamed at Colston, you almost can't even understand the words. I was scared. I was in the theater going, oh my God. Anyway, God, the performance is off the chain. Jesus Christ.
The reactions back and forth were tremendous. And the he's so unhinged and yet, the reaction back and forth, like, I don't know which was filmed first. I don't know if you do, but, I'm not sure. it really feels seamless. Obviously, I had 200 takes to work with, and who knows how many with Batman and Coulson. But and they could kind of slice and dice there. But I just love it. I like the like, you know, Coulson's like, hey, they didn't ask me. He didn't ask me, you know, who. He just asked how much. So, you know, come on, man, don't make it worse than it is. And then the Riddler's like, okay, well, here's the next question. Who is it? And
right?
Like, you just told me whatever my last question was. This is really now the last question because of what you just said. I thought I love the rhyming. This was very much like nasty serial killer to me, and yet it was also so Riddler, and I loved it. And I loved how the friggin' DA, of course, he had other things on his mind, but the friggin' DA had no idea what was going on with the riddles, and so he needed Batman there to solve the riddles, which that's what needs to happen when you got the Riddler in a Batman movie, and I thought that was great. So obviously super dark. I'm trying to laugh to keep from crying, but the way that it was, the Riddler going all sing song on a couple things. He's obviously just chewing up the scenery on a friggin' iPhone. It's a good thing that phone was duct taped to the guy's hand, or else if I were him, I would have chucked it as far away as possible through the window. It's like, this is just, you are too creepy. Blow me up if you want, but I am getting away from you.
Right. Well, the other piece to this is something Matt Reeves alluded to about why does Bruce Wayne act like this at this scene? And at the memorial, and don't know if you're ready, this is not very, very long, but this is a segment where he talks about Bruce Wayne doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
Then this is what he's talking about.
Wait, there's a moment here where he's going to realize it's actually an advantage to be Bruce Wayne, when there's the scene where he goes to the mayor's memorial, and there his disguise is being Bruce Wayne, but he actually doesn't know how to be Bruce Wayne. So as everyone approaches him and says Bruce Wayne, he's just like, I don't want any of this. So it's a weird thing where it's an advantage. He's kind of undercover as Bruce, but it also he has to deal with the stuff that's the baggage that is the thing about being someone so famous who's been that famous since childhood and doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were all talking about. So he learns if you're going to give this play, I've heard movie reviewers give this movie some shit because we don't see Bruce Wayne, the Playboy billionaire, a lot. We don't see that persona. It's not there yet. He has not figured, maybe I could distract from Batman by just putting on this act. That's why in The Dark Knight, Christian Bale puts on, it's artificial.
Yeah.
When he goes into that restaurant, we'll put tables, I own it. And these Russian ballerinas are in the pool. And
let's go into the fountain.
All an act.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all a fucking act. To get people to be like, there's no way that asshole's Batman, right? There's no way.
Exactly.
Anyway, so I loved it to death. He wakes up at the police station after the explosion. They have not demasked him yet, but they're about to.
Mm-hmm.
They want to anyway. And Gordon tries to intervene. This is a great sequence. Bruce threatens the cops, but Gordon gets him out. And basically there's two things that happen. He pulls him to the side. Everybody out. I'm going to talk to him. He's like, we got to get you the fuck out of here.
I love it.
I'm going to give you this key and you're going to have to hit me. And then the reason it has to happen quick is the off-duty cop whose nose he broke walks in.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is the jig's gonna be up in 2 seconds. If he doesn't hit him, he's gonna go, shit, Gordon's on to me. So he had to act fast. And so he glances over and sees the guy with the tape on his nose and goes, fuck, and just decks Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
Which I love later. He's like, you could have pulled your punch. He's like, I did. Which is a great little funny anything. Anyway, he hits him. And then he uses his elevation gun or whatever you call
ascension.
His ascension gun his grappling gun to go up to the top of the police precinct building, and he's going to jump off. Let me run through what I love about this.
Yeah.
One, he stops at the edge, scared to death. He's never jumped off a building, and he has not his normal wingsuit. It's just a wingsuit. Literally just a basic wingsuit is all that's in there. It's not special. It doesn't help him glide or do any of the other cool things. My assumption is after this experience, he's going to make it better, right? We're in a year 2 Batman, right?
Well, it definitely does better than like I'm impressed that it wasn't just a parachute. You know, his thing inflates. You know, the cape. It inflates so that it's a wingsuit. It's definitely not like, I mean, he's able to navigate and stay going straight, but then he ends up hitting the train overpass. He
yeah. Well, that's what I loved about it is he not only has he never done it before, he can't use it well. He sucks. It almost gets him killed. And I've never, and then the cinematography of a first person perspective of jumping off that building was something I have never seen in a film, a Batman film. We saw it in the Amazing Spider-Man series. That's how they did a lot of web slinging.
Yeah, love
first person perspective, which I loved. I loved this whole sequence. This escape from the police station is so dope. I love it to death. So
I thought it was great, and you know, there's this sequence gets some shit. I think, look, the fact that
why did it get some shit? Why did this one get some shit?
I mean, for starters, the fact that the police could get him all the way to the police station without anybody taking up his cowl to see who it was under there. Okay, but it's also Batman, and you know, it is what it is, right?
Right.
But two, like, you know, I mean, it's once again, like, you know, he's evading the entire building full of police because he's Batman. Like, there's a point where it's like, you know what? The cops don't, like, he's going out the back way. They're not ready for him. Right. And they think that they have him, you know, right where they need him for him to be contained. And then all of a sudden he's not. And so, like, it's pretty easy to defend, but and then there's some folks that don't like how the shots are of as he's gliding through the city streets. It's kind of a fixed shot of the background basically, but he is rotating in frame to try to navigate and you know, use the aerofoils or whatever. And they don't like that. They don't like the way that looks. I thought it looked great. I didn't. Even the second time through, you know, like, it doesn't look cheesy. It looks like what you would have if you had, you know, they were like, well, that looks like a GoPro on a thing. Right. And it wasn't. He didn't really jump off of that. And yet it looks like somebody who did. Guess what? That's pretty cool that you could do that. So that's
right.
I mean, I just, anytime that a superhero doesn't have it all together is also like, I like it when they do have it all together. I like it when they don't. And this was a great point of like, yeah, he's better than the police, but not that much better. Like,
right.
And he barely walks away basically. And you don't see him get all the way back to the Bat Cave, but it's
they get back to the Bat Signal, which is where he and Gordon meet after this whole thing has happened.
He gets a new cape. So he at some point gets,
you're right.
Redone.
The cape was jettisoned basically when the wingsuit came out, and you're right. He did get another cape because when he stumbles away on the street, he doesn't have it.
Exactly.
They discuss Penguin's probably the rat, or he's the next thing we got to follow because he's in everything. And they follow the Penguin. And this is where they see the drug lab for drops, meaning they never shut it down. It was a show. It was, we're gonna fake a big drug bust, and we're gonna throw some cronies under the bus for you, and we're gonna throw Maroni at you, but really we're not gonna shut down anything.
Mm-hmm.
Which was amazing. What a great thing. The biggest bust in the history of Gotham was all bullshit.
Yeah. So this expands the plot to the point where it's like, oh, it is like, you know, we've been hearing that like it's the entire system, or it's bigger than you think. It's you know, there is no safe haven. Like as soon as the rat's found out, then we're dead. And anybody who knows who the rat is going to die. That this helps it hit home. Like, oh, the police did this whole thing and didn't actually do it. There's something real, and that it makes sense then why the mayor was in on it. It makes sense why the commissioner and the DA were in on it. Like, oh, okay. You still don't quite know what's going on, but right. it fills in the gaps of like, oh yeah, okay. And so then the Penguin is apparently the linchpin for it, and so okay, and so now let's go. Now let's try to get the Penguin.
Right. Nope. 100%. Well, anyway, they end up, Selena shows up and they actually find a dead body, and it's Annika.
Yeah.
Then Batman gets shot. There's a shootout. But now it's time for something that I didn't think we were going to play. And I didn't think there was any reason to it, because why play I've always said, like, we play dialogue here. We don't play sound effects. Like, why pew pew? Like, okay, we heard the pew pew, but I'm sorry, Donald, the sound design and music combined of this.
I'm so glad that you were able to pull this out, because this is one of those things. It's just, when I saw the Batmobile in the teaser, I'm just like, oh, so it's a muscle car? Like, what? That's not special. Oh, is it special? So
good deal. So anyway, let's listen to what it kind of sounds like. I don't know exactly. It's going to sound a little muddy because it's not pristine, and certainly not in the Dolby theater you experienced it in. But it is pretty profound. So you're going to hear the Batman theme kick in about 45, 50 seconds into this. So listen for that. Anyway, go ahead, Donald. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's not necessarily supposed to sound pristine anyway. Like, it's supposed to sound dirty, for lack of a better term. It's supposed to sound like nasty. It's supposed to sound, I mean, honestly, like I don't think they mentioned in that interview that they brought any animal noises into it for the sound design. They talked about how they, sampled a bottle rocket getting shot off and then stretched it out using different sound tools. And that's what the whine is at the beginning as it's powering up. But for me, this entire sequence is the Batmobile as the freaking this is the panther. This is the alpha tiger that's in the woods getting ready to pounce on you.
My show notes, I put down, this is Mike Myers coming for you. This is Christine. Yeah. This is Christine from Stephen King gunning you down, running you the fuck down. This is Jason chasing you through a forest with a machete.
Exactly.
It's just a fucking car.
Give me your best, and that will not be good enough, and I will show you how. And you will think you are past it, and you are not, and that will be the end of you. Right? It's great.
So here is how the car chase starts. There's also a little bit into this is Selena with the motorbike sound grabbing one of the bags of cash.
Yeah.
In a really slick move. But anyway, let's marvel at what I hope here's the deal. If this doesn't get up for best sound design, what 2% left I have respect for these award shows is going to evaporate. So anyway, here we go. Let's go. Can I tell you my favorite moment?
Oh my God.
It's right after the engine kicks on. He's got his foot on the gas and the brake, and he lets off the brake just a minute, and the car lurches forward like, better run, better fucking run. Like, you know what I mean? Like drag racers will do that. Like it'll just lurch just enough.
Yeah.
And he did that in this move. Like, you better run, squirrel. And I just was like, oh my God, that's baller.
It's like a dog on a leash. Right before it's like, let me go. It wants to go.
Oh my God, it's so good. Go ahead, talk, dude.
Man. And as good as look, that was a fantastic recording, Scott, and thank you for doing that. It's so much better
better in the theater. Yeah.
If you're listening to this and like, dude, even a crappy $1 theater or whatever that stands for nowadays, do it. Or please make sure that you have a pretty kick-ass sound system, or at least some decent headphones when you're listening to it. Like you could watch it on. Look, it's gorgeous as well, but you could watch it on your phone as long as you have really good headphones. So you can get the bass and everything. But in the Dolby Theater, especially, to feel like you're in the Batmobile, because when that engine kicks in the bass underneath you is going and growling, and like it's everything except for the momentum change of like a Disney ride or something where it's like shifting you forward in a simulation. But it's so good, and it's in the rain at night on a highway the wrong way, and it's a super friggin' crowded highway. And they're both going bat out of hell, both against the traffic, and it's just terrifying. You get the some of the camera mounts are like low, kind of by the running boards or the back tire, so you see the side. Some of it you see driver's point of view, but and some of it you see over wider shots or external. But oh my gosh, you feel like you feel like you're in every bit of that chase on both ends. And I mean, Penguin is not a bad driver, and he's got a nice full size. I think it's a Buick. I was trying to figure out what it is. I think it's a Buick. Right. That's going, and Batman's got to be 80 to get anywhere close to catching up to him, and eventually, obviously, I think he goes a lot faster. But it's so intense. The second time through, I was really looking forward to. I remember it being like 15 minutes long. It's not 15 minutes long. We just basically heard most of it, but it's so intense that it feels like it's like a really significant portion of your life that is devoted to this really glorious chase. And it's frenetic. The sound, the music, the visuals are, and the characters involved. I mean, Batman is just friggin' determined and looking and doing what he needs to do to in like you say, like friggin' Michael Myers of like, nope, I'm just going to keep on going. Slow and steady wins the race and gets the and kills the rabbit, basically. So it's from the baddest ass part of the teaser trailer, where he Penguin flips over his car after
you're inside the car when it crashes. You're with Penguin, you're with Batman, you're on the hood of the Batmobile.
Exactly.
You're everywhere in this thing.
It flips over and you see like I don't know how they filmed the Penguin stuff inside, because it flips over and the stuff in his car is going weightless because of what's going on as he's barrel rolling. Like, I don't know if they had shown it from the outside, it had to have been like 10 times flipped over, like, because you flip over like 4 or 5 times inside, and then you show from the Batmobile perspective again, and it flips over like 4 or 5 more times before it finally rests on its hood. Never mind the fact that let's face it, Penguin's not surviving that, but he's a survivor. He's a cockroach.
Yeah, no, the whole thing was great. Also, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, and then to have Batman, as like like a bat upside down. It's like, this is my quarry. There's no freaking escape. Like, it's so friggin' badass, and it was something that I'm like, oh, that's a pretty badass scene in the trailer. And then the title goes, and I didn't think that of all the things I was expecting, we try not to go into movies with too many expectations, too high of expectations. I was not expecting it to be better than that, because I'm like, well, they cut this and they made it to the trailer so that it would look really, really badass. It's not gonna be that bad. No, it's so much bigger. so much better.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. My other favorite aspect, not a single weapon on the Batmobile. That was just a car chase.
Exactly. Not even a friggin' grappling hook or anything.
No grappling hook, no oil slick or smoke screen, even basic shit. Nothing. It's just a badass car with a jet engine on it.
Oh my God.
Anyway, so good. And I loved Matt Reeves' use, and you saw it in the teaser trailer, where it jumps in slow-mo and then kicks into regular speed more than once and rams him and flips him. And anyway, it's just so fucking dope. Love the whole thing. Well, after the crash, we'll play the next scene. They confront Penguin, discuss bad Spanish. And there is a moment in here, and I had to cut a lot of the sound, where a lot of what you hear here is actually text typing back and forth between Batman and the Riddler. And there's nothing to hear, so you won't hear it, but you'll hear them react to things being typed, and you can't see that or hear it. So that's the only bad part of this scene, but I wanted to get the scene because this is really fucking important, and this is what happens after the crash.
The hell is this? Good cop, bad shit cop?
Who's the Riddler?
Riddler! How should I know?
Let's make it easy for you, Oz. Cops caught you doing something. They were gonna shut you down, put you away, so you gave up a bigger fish to save your ass.
You ratted out Salvatore Maroni. His drops operation.
But the cops, the city officials, the mayor, the DA, they got greedy, right? Wasn't enough a big career making bust. They wanted to take over the drops business too, but they needed a minor league moat like you to run it.
You don't just work for Kyle like Falcone. You work for them too.
What are you, crazy?
And why you killed the girl?
I didn't kill no girl!
We know she worked for you at the 44 below.
But you got too close, right? Found out from Mitchell that you were the rat, so you killed her. But somehow Riddler found out too. He knows so much about you. You must know about him.
Who is he?
Boy, you guys are a hell of a duet here. Why'd you start harmonizing? There's only one problem with your little scenario, okay? I ain't no rat. You got any idea what Carman Falcone will do to me? Heard this kind of talk?
Oh, you don't want to talk about rats, huh? Maybe we can talk about what they did to my partner's face.
Holy God, what are you showing me? Hey, come on! Open your eyes!
Are you El Rata Alada?
El Rata Alada?
Yeah. Rat with wings, a stool pigeon. That's not you. The symbol's in the maze right here. It says you are El Rata Alada.
You are El Rata that says that?
Why? You got something to tell us?
Yeah! It's like the worst Spanish I ever heard.
What?
It's La Rata. What is this, Riddler, stupid or something? Jesus. Look at you two. World's greatest detectives. Am I the only one here knows the difference between L and La? Jesus. No habla español, fellas?
Do me a favor, shithead. Shut up. You think you made a mistake?
Yes, you made mistakes.
It's a rat with wings. You know what that sounds like to me? A friggin' bat. Huh? You ever think of that?
El Rata. You are El.
Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe he isn't as smart. Is that him? Holy shit. The hell does that mean? Is he or isn't he? I grew up from a seed, tough as a weed. But in a mansion, in a slum, I'll never know where I come from. Do you know what I am? Any idea?
Yeah. He's an orphan. I mentioned in Islam. He's talking about the old orphanage.
One that burned down.
It was part of the Wayne estate. And they donated it after they built the tower.
Let's go.
You guys realize I'm still here, right? You gonna tie me? How the hell am I supposed to get out of here?
I just had to leave the car sound in. And he waddles, of course, which is funny.
Yes.
Like I was like, yeah, there you go. Like there were a couple of on the nose things in this movie, but they're done so much in love, not anything shitty. So I loved it. Here's the thing. Gordon kind of loses it here, man.
Yeah.
Screaming at him. Because understand what's happening to Gordon. His friends are corrupt. Those he's been in the trenches with fighting crime were fighting with the criminals.
Mm-hmm.
It's his world is coming apart. Gordon's is.
Right.
Like, even when the commissioner comes in, he's like, hey, we got a history. We were partners. but this is over the line. He's understanding like the very people that he put his lives in their hands are corrupt. Now we'll find out why later, and it's not quite as bad as he thinks it is. However, it's bad, and his whole world's coming apart, man. And so I really liked watching him really starting to struggle with this whole fucking thing. Right?
Well,
it's personal to him.
Yeah, it is personal to him, and he also understands that Penguin's toying with him to one way or another. I think he thinks that Penguin is toying with him more than he is, but he's like, "Oh, why are you showing me the terrible photo of the commissioner getting eaten by rats or whatever?" I thought that was funny. He's like, "Why are you showing me like as if the Penguin hasn't done worse than that?" But and who knows? Maybe he hasn't yet, but he's no prude. I mean, he's no rookie by this point. So I thought they're once again Colin Farrell's performance friggin' amazing. This is where he really stole the show among a lot of the scenes. But and so I like that Jeffrey Wright was at a 10 or 11 as well, meeting him at by that point. And the best part about this is where they're trying to show him, like, well, you're El Rado
or whatever, yeah.
And he's like, really? That's what they called me? Like, it's and are you sure that isn't a bat? And which I was thinking as well. And then also the head fake or whatever, the whiplash of like L versus La, and he just makes fun of their Spanish, and I'm like, oh shit, that is that is hilarious. That is as friggin' ingenious writing to be like, most people, frankly, a lot of folks are not going to notice the difference between L and La. I did not, and then not only that, but like everybody in the friggin' audience was thinking, so what? Like that's. Who cares that they just, you're calling out that he made a mistake. That's really weird. What does it mean? And of course, Batman is the only one anywhere nearby who is like, you are L. And I was like, oh, damn it. Of course. I was like, I literally like face palmed that. It was like, oh my gosh, what? That's so beautiful. That's like, it's one of those things that like, it wouldn't have happened in the 60s. And yet it's totally something that was straight out of 60s of like, oh, you missed this one part. And the one bad guy is going to tell you why you're wrong. And then Batman's like, oh no, well, Robin, who, oh, I know. And it's just some of my favorite, a lot of my favorite aspects of the movie are right in this scene. It's just good.
Nice. I agree. They get led to the orphanage, which is basically Wayne Manor.
Yeah. And I like that. I didn't put two and two together. That was the kind of the end of the Dark Knight Rises. But it was because I still had Justice League from on my brain about old Wayne Manor. So I thought that was great. That it's like, oh, it's the orphanage, and oh, this was my home. This is my family estate.
Right.
So it was really hurting, and I mean, we'll get into. I guess we don't have the thing. We don't have recordings of them at the orphanage, but they find some squatters, some drop heads are squatting in there because it's totally run down by this point.
Right.
But there's graffiti that points them one way, and that's clearly fresh and clearly Riddler. And then there's a friggin' like a dining room or something that it's a projector that's showing footage about the renewal. Thomas Wayne setting up the renewal plan, and and there's spray paint on the wall of like the sins of the father, like the renewal is a lie, right? And so at this point, I'm getting very uncomfortable, Scott, that Riddler, especially when he had already said, we're going to unmask what's wrong with the city. You and me do this. We're going to do it at the same time, shall we? And Riddler means something different than what Batman and I were thinking of. Batman and I were thinking oh, you want to take my mask off, don't you? And you're going to take,
or you already know who I am and you're fucking with me.
Well, one way or another. Right? And so at this point, he's
at the end. That's what you think when they talk in Arkham.
Absolutely.
He's talking like, oh, he knew the whole time. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And this kind of plants that seed. And so you're like, oh shit. But he never mind that it's all the, the Wayne estate and everything. It's like, the sins of the father. Like, why does that, why would he possibly talk about Thomas Wayne as the father if he didn't know that he was talking to Bruce Wayne as Batman? Right. Why would he do that? And of course it's a clue. I love the double meaning in all of it. That it's a total fake, that like Batman and we are on the same page at this point of like, oh shit, he's gonna reveal who Batman is. And then we find out that like, oh, this is already like, he's going to hurt the, he's going to gun for, he's got probably some bomb or something at Wayne Tower now to try to get Bruce. Right. Yeah. And it's clear that Bruce, Batman, something is a combination is the next target. I also love the little thing when they walk in, he goes, no guns. And then Gordon goes, hey man, that's your thing. Like, I don't have a suit. What am I going to do? Spit at him? Thank you. No, that's your thing, dude. That was a great little change between them. I'm really glad you mentioned that, because that was such a great line. It was a little line, but it was meant a lot, I think. I know. Hey man, that's your thing. Like, I'm a cop. What am I going to do? Anyway, I loved it. Anyway, Bruce then disappears, does his little Batman disappearing act, but he's worried about Alfred. And sure enough, Alfred, luckily, because I think of his old training, which is why I think it's obvious he used to work in some kind of, high secret service something, because he saved his own life by chucking the bomb far enough away from him to get hurt but not killed. Yeah, and he chucks it on the other side of the giant, hardwood desk that he's got. Not one like what you and I have, like a real. Yeah, not this thing I put together from Walmart or whatever. Yeah, exactly. I'm totally with you. Anyway, so it turns out he's an hour too late. It already happened. Well, and this is part of the problem of never being Bruce Wayne and never being in the daylight, never going home. He missed it. Yeah. The head fake also here, though, is like, this is addressed to Bruce Wayne, for Bruce Wayne's eyes only. And of course, Alfred recognizes the script from the Batman card. And so he's like, oh, I better open this. And then he sees that it's a thing. And there's two presents, two little packages. One says fireproof and for the Batman. And then he turns the other one over, and that's the bomb. What I was thinking at the time, I assumed that everybody else was, for the most part, was basically this was all just a ruse to get, because of course Bruce Wayne is Batman. Of course Riddler knows that, right? Well, no, this is our first clue really that he doesn't, because why would he have a fireproof package for the Batman with something else in it that is just for the Batman after the bomb goes off? So like it's meant for the Batman to come later and see that. And so the second viewing, especially, I was like, oh my gosh, this is how we know that he doesn't know. And I thought that was this, once again, just like extra little bits and pieces. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. That's really interesting. Huh. Because I didn't know until I the first time through, I didn't know until Bruce knows that he had no idea who his identity was. But here, this is the first tip off that I could catch. Nice. Anyway, Bruce then moves. That's what I joked about at the top of the show. He starts moving all the furniture everywhere. Yes. And he starts spray painting on the floor. Like, he's not all there, dude. He's having an issue. Oh, he's lost it at this point. Like, he's beyond. Right. And he's trying to hold it together, but it's not surprising that he's not being very successful about it. So he's like, what is going on? And so he's got puzzles and pictures, and he gravitates on the kind of the newest piece of the puzzle, which is renewal is a lie. So he tries to figure out what he wants to follow that lead. Once again, the detective story here is great. I enjoy that. Okay, now we need to try to figure out what's going on with renewal is a lie, because this has been a thread through the movie, but this is now just like, okay, you have my attention. Let's look at renewal.
Right. Absolutely. Well, anyway, the next scene, and we'll play this, is Selena turns one of the contacts on. It's not a two-way camera. It's a one-way camera. So she can't see that he's Bruce Wayne, but she says, can you see me? I want to talk. And they end up arranging a meeting. This is where we find out about who her dad is. And I'll talk about that. She's she's stealing money from Falcone. This is where they have a moment. They even have a kiss. And she wants to go after the crooked cop because that's the guy who happened to know something about Annika. So anyway, let's play this scene and kick it around. Here we go.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see.
I need to talk to you. Where can we go?
Cat burglar pulling another score.
What?
Wasn't sure I'd see you again.
Yeah, well, things are getting a little hot for me, so... How could they do that to her? That piece of shit cop, Kenzie. Her body was in his car. I'm gonna find him, and I'm gonna make him pay. You gonna help me?
Help you?
Yeah, I thought you were vengeance.
Your friend got involved with the wrong people. She didn't know any better. Maybe you should have explained it to her.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means your choices have consequences.
Jesus Christ. Choices? You know, whoever the hell you are, you obviously grew up rich.
Was it worth it?
What?
Compromising yourself for money. What'd you have to do to set up that score? How close did you have to get? To Penguin? To Falcone?
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Falcone owes me that money.
He owes you?
Yeah, and a lot more.
No, really. Why is that?
You know what? I can't even talk to you.
No. I want to know why a guy like Falcone would owe you anything.
Because he's my father! My mother worked at the 44 Below. Like Connie. Used to take me there when I was a little girl. I hid out in the dressing room while she worked. Used to see him there. He scared the shit out of me. And I could never understand why he looked at me the way he did. And one night my mother told me who he was. When I was 7, my mother was murdered. Strangled. I found out who. Probably some creep from the club. Anyway, social services came to take me away, and he didn't say a thing. Didn't even look at me. He owes me that money.
I'm sorry. What is it?
Right. You assume the worst in people. Which, well, maybe we're not so different after all. Who are you over there? Hiding. Are you just hideously scarred?
Yeah.
Listen to me. If we don't stand up for Annika, no one will. All anyone cares about in this place are these white, privileged assholes. The mayor, the commissioner, the DA, now Thomas and Bruce Wayne. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that psycho's right to go after these creeps. I think you'd be on his side.
What do you mean, Thomas and Bruce Wayne?
What, do you live in a cave? The Riddler's latest. It's all about the Waynes. Listen, if I can find that dickbag Kenzie, will you help me? Please. Come on, vengeance.
Just don't make any moves without me, understand? It's a lot more dangerous than you know.
So here's what I like about this version of Selena Kyle. She's doing this for the money, dude. She's not a hero. She's like an anti-hero. She is a criminal. She's a cat burglar. Mm-hmm. It's funny so both villains, all three, Catwoman, Riddler, and Batman, have parental issues early on in their lives, all of them. And they're each looking for something.
Right.
And they're all looking for vengeance right now. All of them in a different way. That's what they want. They want to get back and they want to get even. For her, that's I want mine. I want what's coming to me. I want my money, right? Like, I deserve your money, right? And then Dano's just pissed at the world, and so's Batman. So I like that. I like they did that. Now, the fact that Falcone is her dad is not a thing in the comics, except I've heard people go, that's not the thing in the comics. They're not wrong. But in the late 90s, there was a run where Selena thought Falcone was her dad, and then the comic never proved it or disproved it. So there is a basis for this in the comics if you're worried about it. It is in there. But no, whenever they've explained her origins, it's never been the case. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, really, if you're really butthurt about that tiny detail, it's like when people get butthurt about Legends material in Star Wars and they're upset about some little thing. I'm like, really? That's what you're upset about, that thing? So I just don't get it. It is in the comics. It's there. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but
if you're butthurt about that, but not butthurt about the fact that he's not at Wayne Manor like he is at every other thing, like it's like what you're picking and choosing what you're butthurt about, right? So, and you know what, people, I mean, stuff hits people different ways, and I get it, but it just, it didn't bug me at all. I thought that was quite the revelation.
I also thought it could be wrong. I also thought by the end of the movie, maybe it'll be wrong, and maybe he's not. And it turned out no, but I thought maybe they're going to head fake, but
he definitely didn't deny it at all. So
yeah, I know he got it, and he admitted he was at the end. He got it. The other thing here is that both Catwoman and Riddler are both focused on this concept of privilege. And it's really interesting that by the end of the movie really has something to say on privilege that I agree with and I thought was fantastic. But she's got this idea in her head, and so does the Riddler, that basically silver spoon privilege means corruption. And Riddler talks about it in a very absolutist way later when he's in, Arkham and he's bitching. And she's definitely in that whole get what you came for kind of attitude, right?
Well, she definitely acknowledges that she expects the worst of people.
Yeah.
And so that it makes complete sense that she would, have that more, kind of black and white view of, the fact that you're privileged must mean that you did it at other people's expense, like intentionally, right? Like it's one thing to talk about how, the privileged folks should be sharing more because other people are suffering and it's unintentional that they're suffering. Like it's not Bruce Wayne's fault that the other folks are suffering. It's just that he could be doing, privilege is responsibility, not corruption, right? Like obviously the two go hand. It's tough to be corrupt and not have privilege, but it's the two don't go like in lockstep all the time.
After this, there's a new, and I bought the chemistry between them. They all see themselves as kindred spirits, so I understand her attraction to him. That was
cool, yeah.
He's also the first person to help her because even though they have different motives and different goals, he's helping her. He's helping her get into places she couldn't get in before to help find out what happened to her friends. So I get it. I bought it. It's just the beginning of the relationship. In the comics, it goes different places. It's just the bare bone beginning, but I liked it. Yeah,
and it goes back and forth because like he wanted her to help him more in the club, and she took out the contact and ditched him on that. And now she's wanting to help her. She's wanting him to help her basically kill this corrupt cop, Kinsey. And he's just being a brick wall at this point. Batman. He's like, I'm not going to tell you either way. There's other stuff that I'm working on. I have other things that I'm focusing on. He is, I think he is, once again, this gets back to like his human element of the detective work is like, he's jumping to conclusions that are not there. And she is trying to explain it to him. And he, cause he's like, well, you're just a cat burglar and you're and I don't think, like, I think she's getting the money because this is all she has left. It's like, all right, let me get out. But while I get out, I might as well get some money of it. I think she was trying to get in. I think she was trying to kill Falcone from the get-go. But at this point, she's just trying to get out with as much of herself as possible and might as well profit some in the meantime. That's my thought, frankly. I don't know that I don't know that this is the long con for that. I think she's been trying to seek justice against Falcone in that way of like, you're my dad. You need to answer for how you've treated me since then. And you know what? And I don't know that she has a clear picture of what it is, but I don't think the money ever really came into it until it did.
No, I agree.
That's my thought.
At the end of this, it rolls into a new viral video the Riddler has made public, and it's about Bruce Wayne's mom, who apparently, I guess her parents would be his grandparents.
Yes.
His grandmother murdered his grandfather. She was in a mental institution for a while. His mom. Yeah. So the daughter of the two people that had the domestic thing killed each other or whatever, was in and out of a mental institution, or in one at least early at some point. And
and their last name is Arkham, which is that was new to me. I don't know if that's new to the.
No, the Arkhams. It is a thing in Gotham, and I'm trying to remember if that was their name, the Arkhams, his grandparents.
In this, his grandparents, his mom's maiden name was Arkham. So Martha Arkham. Gotcha.
So after this, Bruce goes to see Falcone, and he shows up at the twins again at the club and goes, "You know who he says it again. And they know it's Bruce Wayne, and they just let him in.
I love it. But he still goes and gets his brother. It's like, see, I told you. It's just funny. And then at the end it happens again. Yep. But yeah.
So anyway, they're playing pool. So basically Falcone's playing pool with Penguin, kicks everybody out.
But you know, even when he goes up to, he's talking to the twins, you know who I am. He's like, he's not comfortable in his own skin. He's like, I'm playing this Bruce Wayne card that makes me super, super uncomfortable to do. You know, like I am totally exposed and yet it's like, I'm not comfortable at all. I feel like a complete idiot looking like this,
right.
You know, like what normal people would feel when they're wearing a costume. So I think the acting, the way that he's acting about this is amazing. Like, all right, I'm playing the "Do you know who I am?" All right,
right.
It's great, and so he goes in, but he's like motivated to find out because at this point we don't know yet. Well, we know the stuff about what else did we know about Falcone? That he got rid of the Snoopy. What did he know about that he got rid of?
I don't understand what you're asking yet. We haven't got.
So why was Bruce going to Falcone?
Because
in this case?
Well, why did he? I'm trying to fit. You mean what did he key off of to go see him? It was something in the viral video and something about his mom, and I'm wondering. Oh, I know what it is. Because the video said a reporter got killed that was going to report all that shit. And he's figuring, that's Falcone. He must have done that. He must have gotten in because that's what the video said. So the video basically said, so Falcone's in trouble because basically at the club, one of his henchmen goes, "Boss, you better see this on the news. There's now a viral video going around that you had somebody killed for Thomas Wayne." So Falcone's in trouble because now that's public. So he's just legally in trouble, and got to be worried about it. And then, so Bruce shows up to confront him. And basically what he says, we're not going to play it, but basically is that he tells him Maroni killed your dad because he didn't want him in league with me or me to have anything on him. And this reporter was going to leak this damaging information because at the time Thomas Wayne was running for mayor, and the reporter was going to leak that the first lady, or whatever, the first mayor lady, whatever you call that, was in a mental institution. It was going to be a bad political scene, scandal. And he said, "Can you scare him?" And anyway, that's what we know at this point in the film. And says, "Yeah, your dad knew about it." And then he says, "Maroni had your dad killed." This is the moment only between this scene and the Alfred scene, which we will play. So I'm talking 10 minutes of screen time, 15 tops. I was getting worried because, and here's what I got worried about. Gotham City is full of corruption at all levels. And if it's not Gotham City. So we have to do that. I'm totally down.
Right.
Totally down. Mm-hmm. Don't take Thomas Wayne from us. As you said, there's something that you feel good about when Gordon is above the corruption. And I have always felt that about Thomas Wayne. That part of Batman's moral compass was forged by his dad. And if you take that from us to say, nah, just another, and after the speech Selena made 2 minutes ago, I just thought, wait, are they going to take, like, all of them can be corrupt. I don't fucking care. Don't take the biggest philanthropist in Gotham City ever in every iteration we've seen was Thomas Wayne. And that's part of the reason Bruce feels obligated to help people in his own weird way.
Right.
And I was scared for a minute that they were going to take even him from us and his dad was going to be nothing but a piece of shit, corrupt politician. That was what I was worried about. I was worried about that we were going to lose Thomas Wayne as that moral compass focus point for Bruce and change somebody that in every iteration has been honestly an amazing human being and take that from us. And it turned out to be a lie and all bullshit. And then I was fine. Right.
Which is great.
Right. Falcone should tell him that story. It makes all the sense in the world. So like I said, I wasn't worried up until this point, and I wasn't worried after the Alfred speech. Right in this center 10 minutes, I was like, oh man, don't take Thomas Wayne from us. That's it, dude. I'll shut up.
Yeah. Well, no, you're on the right track there. I was with you. I didn't feel as strongly, but I'm like, oh shit, Thomas Wayne was in on it too. And that sucks because, and upon reflection as well, especially afterward, it would have like so much of what we've seen Bruce Wayne do when he is being the helpful philanthropist billionaire of, he is spearheading stuff because that's what his father did. He's following that example. This case, if it had gone down that path of Thomas Wayne was also a piece of crap, then Bruce would have to be rebelling against that. Like, now I'll show you how to really do it right. Which is fine, right. But it's different, right? That would have been I think a rather significant thing. Like I wouldn't have gotten butthurt just on the feeling on the face of it, but it loses, like, that's one supporting thing to Batman's arc in general is he has the money, he has the example, he knows that he needs to go ahead and live up to that, and that he feels a certain amount of pressure for that, that he puts on himself, that other people put on him. But that would have been taken away here, and that would have really changed around what we've seen of Batman so far, more than what we've already been seeing changed up a little bit. So I'm glad that he wasn't. I like the fact that it was a double cross and a back and forth on Falcone's part, because John Turturro is really likably hateable.
Yeah, fair, man, for sure. The next scene's very quick, no words, but he enters a room that is chained up and obviously been chained for years. There's dust all over the lock. Mm-hmm. It's his dad's room. And there's pictures Bruce drew him as a kid and stuff. He's trying to connect to his dad.
That was so sweet.
He thinks his dad's a crooked piece of shit now. And that's he's really struggling with. And he goes to see Alfred. So we've been talking around it, dancing around it. And again, what are we talking? 8 minutes of screen time here between the revelation and then Alfred setting it straight. That's all. I didn't. And again, this explanation really humanizes Thomas Wayne in a pretty cool way. So even though he made a big mistake, should have known better. But anyway, let's let Alfred tell it. This is what really, really happened.
You lied to me. My whole life. Dr. Conrad Falcone. Told me what he did for my father about Salvatore Maroni.
He told you Salvatore Maroni?
Yeah, my father killed. Why didn't you tell me all this? All these years I've spent fighting for him, believing that he was a good man.
He was a good man. You listen to me. Your father was a good man. Made a mistake.
Mistake? Get a man killed. Why? To protect the family image. His political aspirations.
It wasn't to protect the family image, and he didn't have anyone killed. Protecting your mother. Didn't care about his image or the campaign, any of that.
He cared about her and you. And in a moment of weakness, he turned to Falcone, but he never thought Falcone would kill that man. Your father should have known that Falcone would do anything to finally have something on him that he could use. That's who Falcone is. But when Falcone told him what he'd done, your father was distraught. He told Falcone he was going to the police. They confess everything. And that night, your father and your mother were killed. Falcone. Maybe it was some random thug on the street who needed money, got scared and pulled the trigger too fast. If you don't think I've spent every day searching for that answer, it was my job to protect them. Do you understand? I know you always blamed yourself. You were only a boy, Bruce. I could see the fear in your eyes, but I didn't know how to help. I could teach you how to fight, but I wasn't there to take care of you. You needed a father. And all you had was me.
Don't be sorry, Alfred. God. I never thought I'd feel fear like that again. I thought I'd mastered all that. I mean, I'm not afraid to die. But I realize now there's something I haven't got past. This fear. Ever going through any of that again. Losing somebody I care about.
You know what I loved about this was, and here's what I think Alfred was more a bodyguard. He said it was my job to protect him. And I know he means from that decision that when you ask Falcone for a favor, he's going to take it too far and blame you. And he's got something on you. And you should have known he was going to do that to you, because you can't, with your amount of money and power, you can't be in anybody's pocket. You can't have that. And, you know, blackmail doesn't work if you just own up to whatever the fuck you did. So he's like, well, I'm just going to take the power from him. I'm going to walk in the police station and go, well, you know, I told him to do this. And if you want to bust me, bust me. And so he was a virtuous guy, just really naive to what the mob does, I guess. And yeah.
And I like the moment of weakness part of it, like this reminiscent of The Last Jedi. With Luke, igniting his lightsaber in a moment of weakness, and yet it has, almost universal consequences as far as for the person in particular, the person, everybody involved. And so for Thomas Wayne, it was his own life and the wife of his wife that he was trying to protect at the time, and just worked completely opposite of what he wanted to do because he had that moment of weakness, and it affected his son, obviously, and then the whole town. And so it was, I do like that thread that they just threw it in there just very briefly, but it was enough that it expands a lot about, what our choices are and what the consequences are, of our choices. So it's, I've been listening to another podcast lately called the World's Greatest Con. Brian Brushwood does it, which I like everything he does. And one of the things that he talks about over and over is you can't con an honest John. That if you're honest, then nobody can get one over on you. And this is where Thomas Wayne just like, you know what? He let one thing slip. And that was enough to take everything down that he was trying to accomplish.
100%.
So.
Yeah. I liked that he humanized him. And I was like, oh, okay, well, then Falcone's fucking with him. And that's not what happened. And that would make all the sense in the world. This rolls immediately into the next scene that we will play for every. Oh, yeah.
But before we do that, though, this was probably the main scene. I've talked long and repeatedly about how easily I cry in movies. This was the scene where I was like, oh my gosh, where he's like, I care about you, Alfred. It was without saying it literally like that. It was exactly what he was saying. It was making up for the fact that he told Alfred, you're not my father.
Right.
Earlier in the movie. And this is like, no, you really are. And he realizes it earlier when he's like, no, I'm the next of kin. Like I'm all he has. When he first goes to the hospital. So it's I think a very sweet moment. It's definitely developing. We don't get a lot of Alfred in this movie, but what we get is super, important like this.
No, 1,000%. I really like the relationship between him, and I hope in the next, Reeves has said that the next one, the last scene in the movie, and we'll talk about it, serves two purposes. One, if we want to sequelize something, we could. And then two, it's for the fans, like something cool to end the movie on. You didn't think past that, and he hasn't signed for a new movie. But anyway, Well, anyway, the next scene that we roll into here, the bat signal goes up, but the problem is Gordon and Batman didn't do it. They show up like, hey, I thought you turned it on. No, I thought you turned it on. It's Selena, and she's beating the fuck out of the crooked cop who had Annika in the back of his car. And then she plays a voicemail because don't forget, her phone was stolen. He's got her phone. She gets her phone back and plays a voicemail that was on it, and it was Annika being killed. So now they have everything that they fucking need. And to get away, she kicks him over the edge because he stops her from killing him. And then she gets away, and that bring the rat into the light. They think that's what that refers to. But anyway, here's this scene.
Hey, I saw the signal. That's not you? I thought it was you.
I found him.
I see that.
They had my shit, my phone. She left a message the night they took her. She called me.
Gordon, help me out, man. She got my gun.
Shut up.
Put the gun down.
I'm telling you, goddammit, she called me. Here, listen.
What are you doing, Kenny? It's scaring her. I'm sorry, Mr. Falcone.
Please, don't hurt me, please.
Don't be scared. Come here. Now, let me ask you again. What did Mitchell tell you?
No, nothing.
Don liked to talk. I know that. Especially to pretty girls like you. That's why I made him take your passport. Until we could have this little conversation.
All I want to do is get out of here, okay? You'll never hear from me again. Nobody will. Please.
We're gonna get you out of here. I promise. But first, I gotta know. What did he tell you?
He just said he'll make a deal with you.
Oh, he told you about that, huh? The deal.
He said you gave some information and some drops thing, and that's how he became mayor. He said you were a very important man.
Right. Oh, okay. Just take it easy.
Jesus, he's driving.
Rada. The Falcon has wings too.
Falcone's the rat. Falcone works for you guys. The mayor, the DA.
No. We work for him. Everybody does. Oh. It's a renewal. Renewal is everything.
The renewal fund.
Yeah. After Thomas Wayne died, they all went after it like vultures. The mayor, Falcone, Maroney, everyone got in on it. It was perfect for making bribes, laundering money. Huge charitable fund with no oversight. Everybody got a piece. But Falcone wanted more. So we orchestrated a play to take Maroney down big. He brought out his drops operation.
make the careers of everybody that went after him, and install them all as his puppets. You think this goddamn election matters? Falcone's mayor. He's been the mayor for the last 20 years.
Come on, vengeance. Let's go kill that son of a bitch. This creep too, let's finish this.
No. We'll get him. But not that way.
There is no other way. He owns the city.
Cross that line. You'll become just like him. Listen to me. Don't throw your life away.
Don't worry, honey. I got 9 of them.
So,
love the Catwoman thing.
It was just funny how you knew she was going to do that. She was like totally telegraphing she was going to kick him off the fucking ledge. But that was hard to hear. They did that really well. It was hard to listen to. It was hard to watch Selena listen to her get killed. But anyway,
exactly.
And then what's really cool about this is it changes the whole, in a way. Okay, you said I'm so glad you articulated it from that show you listened to. You can't con an honest John. So to a degree, all of these corrupt officials, cops, whatever, are not honest Johns. However, it's kind of like, we'll go to Clue. Like all those people in Clue, they're not the greatest of people, but it's also not their fault. Like they're getting blackmailed, like something else is pushing it. So the point is, the corruption, it's all the mob. Now, if any of those people would have been honest and turned themselves in or said, yeah, he's got something on me, that'd have been better. They're corrupt. They need to pay for their actions, but it's not as cut and dry as everybody thought. It isn't just, oh, everybody's a selfish pig asshole and everybody's in for this. No, they're not honest and they're criminals and they need to be held to account. But Falcone is really the ringleader here and he's pulling all the levers and pushing all the buttons. And that's all I meant.
Well, one way or another, yeah. At the very least, after 20 years, especially, he's entrenched as especially after Maroni was gone and taken out. It's all Falcone at this point. So because the police are willing to look the other way or take money, and even Kenzie is willing to go and kidnap a woman and deal with their dead body and deal with drug money and stuff, but it's really the mob aspect of it that takes it over the edge beyond just corruption.
That's all I meant. So, yeah, that it's just it's not quite as cut and dry as they assholes. Yeah, they fucked up. Yeah, and I'm sure there's different levels to a degree of, I'm sure the commissioner did something icky at a different level than some rookie cop on the street did something icky or whatever. There's different levels to things, I am sure. Like I consider what happened to Thomas Wayne. I mean, it's bad, but I don't think that's as bad as probably what the commissioner was probably doing. I don't know. I could be full of shit, but so now it's a race to Falcone. So Batman and Selena both make a beeline to try to get to Falcone first, and she gets there a little bit ahead of him. Bruce fights his way in, but not as Batman. He goes in with some of the suit on under a coat, and then he's got his boots and stuff in a bag. He knows I can't go in as Bruce and I can't go in as Batman, so I'm going to go in as this kind of masked asshole that just beats his way into the club. He kind of starts as a friggin' ninja because the twin opens the door again, and then he goes out and he sneaks in behind him, and he's not and shuts him out, which is great. So it that was the last we see of the twins for the most part. And so that I thought was great. And then, he goes in because he knows he wants to cut the power. Yes.
And so, and that's where he changes. He has a friggin' angle grinder or something and cuts the power, changes into his costume. And then he goes
to head
down for Maroni's because he knows
that's
the way.
Right. He knows the way. At this point, the Falcone audio is going viral and he's got a problem on his hands. And then Selena arrives and says, "Hey, Dad," and pulls a gun on him. And anyway, they have this interchange and they kind of fight. She's shooting at him. They have a little bit of a shootout. And then the scene we saw a little bit of in the trailer happens, which is, I don't know what else to call it, the dark hallway fight with the machine guns, with the light. This is a horror movie trope where every time the camera flashes, the ghost gets a little closer. It's used all the time in horror, which is why I appreciated it. It's so dope. Just the visual alone. I was like, wow. I mean, I saw it in the trailer for 5 seconds, but it was really fucking something, dude. And you know what's really interesting? The cinematographer is the same cinematographer that was on Rogue One that did Vader's scene.
I was gonna
ask. What do you mean? Oh, you
I was gonna bring that up.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's true.
Because it definitely is, like, it's exactly what that hallway scene is for Vader, and yet it's for Batman, because he's not using guns, and they're using guns on him, and he's taking them out, and he is the shadows. Like, that's what's going on.
But
here.
just the fact the same dude did it,
awesome.
I felt very happy about that. I
applaud that. I tip my cap to you. Sir.
Well, Falcone knocks down Selena and goes to kill her with a pool cue choker. It chokes her, and Batman stops him and then stops her.
She like claws his face, and then he just wants to choke her, strangle her with his hands, its bare hands at that point. And but Batman stops him.
Yep.
One of the things in the fight on the way down that Batman's doing, or is it on the way back up? He's got people. It must have been on the way down, or another time. Never mind. It's another part. I like how he'll disarm dudes, and he does it later, where he's disarming them and then like using a rifle as a friggin' baseball bat.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I loved all the hand-to-hand sequences. They were very, very well done, and grounded in a lot of reality. In fact, the very first one, what he does is the gang member goes with a bat or a stick basically to hit him, and he basically locks his arm up. It's a martial art technique. He locks his arm up so he can't move it. Then there's nothing he can do. Just beats the shit out of the guy. Anyway, so
right.
Well, this next thing, if you want to hear it, is them walking him out, and Falcone's like, "Yeah, I'll see you when I get out." And there is an army of cops that are not corrupt, that are waiting and cannot wait to just take this guy in, because now they got him. They finally got the evidence they need. It's all over TV, right? It's all over the internet. It's everywhere. They've got a murder on audio with him doing it. It's over. He's life in prison from now on. But he is still a scary fucking badass. So if you're ready for my favorite moment of John Turturro, and unfortunately his last in the movie, this is what happens when they walk him out.
Jesus, look at you, man. What do you think this is? You think you're gonna scare me with that mask and that cape? I'm gonna start crying, and all of a sudden some big secret's coming out? Let me tell you something. Whatever I know, whatever I've done, it's all going with me to my grave. That's why you with Zorro over here. Don't you know you boys in blue work for me?
I guess we don't all work for you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the city of Gotham will provide one to you. Do you understand these rights? Do you understand?
Yeah. I'll see you when I walk out.
With these rights in mind, is there anything else you wish to do?
Goddamn rat. What'd you say?
Enjoy your night at Blackgate, Carmine. Probably be your last.
Oh, so you're a big man now, Oz, huh?
Maybe I am.
Really, Oz? Because to me, you're always just a gimp in an empty suit.
I'll straight paint your ass! Where you going? What's the matter? I didn't shoot! I didn't shoot! Get your hands off of me!
Bring him into the light. And you'll find where I'm at. The shots came from up there!
So it's really cool about this. I loved the scene of him coming through the door, and there's just a sea of it. Well, I liked that the movie's like, yeah, both are true. There's some corrupt cops, and most of them aren't, and here they are, and they're going to bust your ass. And then I loved where Penguin knows, and so does Falcone, he's not going to last a night in jail. He's getting Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, he's not lasted 5 minutes. He knows too much about too many. And that's like, enjoy your night at Blackgate. It's going to be your last. Like, everyone knows he's dead, right? And then so Penguin, actually, the Riddler saves Penguin from life in prison because Penguin's going to shoot him right in front of all the fucking cops. Yeah. And then luckily you heard him screaming, I didn't shoot. It's like, well, yeah, but you got it. You were about to, you asshole. Anyway, I thought the whole thing was chaotic but great. And I was just real happy to see it. And then here's the thing. There's this really interesting, I couldn't play it because it's silence, but Bruce really stares at Falcone as he dies. And I didn't pick up on it the first time. The second time, it's obvious. The man who killed his father is sitting in his arms, dead now. In other words, I think this is my opinion. And they didn't say this. I want to know what you think. I think this is the moment. Do you remember how we said at the end of No Way? I said, this is just my opinion, that at the end of No Way Home, we finally have our Spider-Man origin trilogy conclusion, that now he is Spider-Man. He has had his loss. He's learned how to whatever. Right. I think while Reeves said this is not an origin story, but we're going to double back into the origin story to have plot points to kick around. I think that this is the catalyst to get him to where he's going to be at the end, as you said, when he kind of finds his bigger purpose, because his purpose of existing was always to avenge his parents. But because he never knew who fucking did it, he takes it out on everybody. Well, now he knows who did it, and he got him. Like, he didn't kill him, but it's over. The vengeance is over. It's in his arms. And I think this is a catalyst moment just because of how much it lingered on Pattinson staring at him dying. My interpretation was this is kind of the birth of the Batman who's figured out why he needs to be Batman. So there you go. Does that make any sense?
I think that's a great call. And that totally dovetails with what I was saying, that, up until this point, for sure, he's been Vengeance. He introduces himself as Vengeance. People call him Vengeance. He's not Batman. I've been calling him Batman just for the sake of not calling him Vengeance, because that's really cringy. but that's what it is. And so I think you're right. You've hit the nail on the head that this is where he stops being Vengeance. He's not really sure what he is at this point, right? And so because these next few events happen in rapid succession, that's where we have him spinning out as like the birth of Batman, the hero. And it takes a little bit for him to do it. He has to see what he has been doing. Like, has he been having a good effect on the city? In some respects, not bad as far as the police is concerned. We've kind of gotten the corruption brought to light, but then there's the criminal element as well. And they think that they're along, that he's on their side in some respects, one way or another, or that they can help him with stuff like what we're going to see Riddler be doing. It's he's got to have the end of that story of the vengeance, and then come to terms with what he has been doing, and he can't continue in this way as Vengeance. He's got to do something different, and then he finds out what it is that he can do different, and then he does it. So we'll see that come in this final 100%. Chapter here.
Well, they find out that a woman. So they see the apartment. Someone saw where the shot came from. You heard that at the end of the audio there, and they go find what is kind of John Doe's apartment in 7. I mean, it kind of is. Everything's around, all the evidence you need, and then
the notebooks and ciphers and journals.
Absolutely. And then someone said a woman witnessed him go out the fire escape and go into a diner, and that's where you get that scene that's in the trailers of the question mark coffee, and then they're arresting him in the diner. God, it was so good because he's like, I just ordered some pumpkin pie. Oh man. And then he gets his head slammed to the table, and they anyway, so the cops are going through his place. Man, he's an accountant, he's got journals, he was an orphan, There's a lot of stuff there. He's got a bat in a cage. There's a note. Anyway, go ahead.
Bunch of rats. Yeah, they say that he's a forensic accountant for. They said an acronym. It's for the renewal program.
Right.
He was that's how he cracked all this. Is he was a forensic accountant for that. And of course, that was like completely. I mean, he was right. Renewal was a lie. It was absolutely a slush fund for all the corruption and bribes and everything else. Like it was $1 billion fund for organized crime. No wonder, like that's totally enough for a mayor and a police chief and a DEA and everybody else to go bad. Like that's totally enough. And so. And it makes sense now why Riddler, how he found out about it. So that's pretty cool. You don't always find out about that kind of stuff, exactly why, or how, it's just like, well, I happened to meet the right person. No, it all fell in his lap in a very deliberate story, way. So.
Right. Well, there's another video. It's a Riddler video where Batman thinks he's the last target. Well, Bruce, whatever. He's the last target. And I know that he tried to get him once and he hit Alfred. But anyway, so Riddler basically gets a message. Gordon tells him, Riddler wants to talk to you up at Arkham. And he tells Gordon, you're a good cop,
This is Batman saying goodbye to him.
Doesn't he say real? Because he also says real early in the movie, and I can't remember which scene he says, and maybe it's here. He says, maybe it's time coming to an end. And then he says, no, I mean the Batman. Maybe I don't need to do this anymore. Yeah. Because the reason he was doing it is dead. Right. Mm-hmm. So anyway, go ahead. I think that's it. Like saying goodbye. Like I may see you again. But I'm not going to be Batman again. Maybe. I don't know if this is over. He's not sure what to do anymore.
It's goodbye. Well, he also respects Riddler to the point where he knows that he's the next target at this point, and like he's going to get if not killed, then at least revealed, right? And so this is his last chance to talk to Gordon as Batman in his mind, right?
Good point.
And so he's walking to his final like fate at this point, going to Arkham. And he's the audience for the Riddler at this point. He's like, okay, all right, what do you tell me? you called me here. What do I need to hear?
Well, if you're ready, Paul Dano's going to flex his balls right now. This is amazing. This scene. I mean, when it happened, everyone knew from the trailer real quick it was gonna happen at some point. But when it did, I would love to see the behind the scenes on this scene. I really would. I'd love to hear Dano talk about it. And he kind of is, but he's doing the press tour. So he's talking in non-spoiler terms about everything. I really want to hear him talk about this scene. I'm sorry. I loved the interrogation scene between Joker and Batman in The Dark Knight. I of course I do. Jesus, it's amazing. Man, this is so good.
Sure.
This is so good. Anyway. All right, here we go. Riddler wants to see him. Batman shows up.
I told you I'd see you in hell. What do you want from me?
What?
Oh, if only you knew how long I've been waiting for this day. For this moment. I've been invisible my whole life. I guess I won't be anymore, will I? They'll remember me now. They'll remember both of us. Bruce. Wayne. Bruce. You know, I was there that day. The day the great Thomas Wayne announced he was running for mayor, made all those promises. Well, a week later, he was dead and everybody just forgot about us. All they could talk about was poor Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, the orphan. Orphan. Living in some tower over the
Do you know what being an orphan is?
It's 30 kids to a room. 12 years old and already a drop-in, numbing the pain. You wake up screaming with rats, chewing your fingers. And every winter, one of the babies die because it's so cold. But oh no. Let's talk about the billionaire with the lying dead daddy, because at least the money makes it go down easy, doesn't it? Bruce Wayne. He's the only one we didn't get. But we got the rest of them, didn't we? All those slick, sleazy, phony pricks. God, look at you. Your mask is amazing. I wish you could have seen me in mine. Isn't it funny? All everyone wants to do is unmask you, but they're missing the point. You and I both know. I'm looking at the real you right now. My mask allowed me to be myself completely. No shame. No limits.
Why did you write me?
What do you mean?
All those cards.
I told you. We've been doing this together. You're part of this.
We didn't do anything together.
We did. What did we just do? I asked you to bring him in the light, and you did. We're such a good team.
We're not a team.
I never could have gotten him out of there. I'm not physical. My strength is up here. I mean, I had all the pieces. I had the answers, but I didn't know how to make them listen. You gave me that.
I gave you nothing.
You showed me what was possible.
You showed me all it takes is fear and a little focused violence. You inspired me.
You're out of your goddamn mind.
What?
This is all in your head. You're sick. Twisted.
How can you say that?
You think you'll be remembered? You're a pathetic psychopath. Begging for attention. You're gonna die.
Oh,
no, 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 no! Nobody!
No!
This is not how this was supposed to go. I had it all planned out. We were gonna be safe here. We could watch the whole thing together.
Watch what?
Everything!
It was all there. You mean you didn't figure it out? Oh, you're really not as smart as I thought you were. I guess I gave you too much credit.
What have you done?
What's black and blue and dead all over? You. If you think you can stop what's coming.
What have you done?
Man, that's unnerving. I mean, even editing that whole, listening to him scream is unnerving as hell, man. I don't get bothered by a lot of stuff anymore in movies, but that physically bothered my stomach. It's so unnerving. Go ahead.
The fact that he, like, at first he's like, oh, it wasn't supposed to be like this or whatever. And then he goes back into to kind of yell again and moan, but he goes straight into, like, it's the word I, and then he finishes like, but it's like wailing. And that's part of the sentence. Like, it's like, who thinks like that? Right. Like who talks like that? And it's it's absolutely bonkers in, the creepiest way. The music was appropriately unsettling. One thing about the music, though, I want to say, especially the second time through, when he says Bruce Wayne, he's the only one we didn't get. The music cuts out for just a second as it hits. The idea hits. Oh shit! He doesn't.
I don't
know
have
who
to
Batman
stop being
is.
Batman. This isn't over. Yep.
The music hangs for just a second, and then it starts in different in a way
thing.
that
I never noticed that. I didn't catch it.
Oh my gosh. I was so excited when I heard it the second time. I'm like, because I felt it intrinsically the first time through, but the second time I actually caught it. And it's kind of subtle in this recording. Hopefully it comes through a little bit more in the actual show, but in the theater, it's very clear what happens. And it's just like, it's like the record playing in Bruce's head again of like, okay, this is it. I'm done. I'm screwed. What am I going to do? Because he's been successful in everything else that he's been doing to kill all these people and everything. Am I dead or is my life just over? Like which is it? And maybe both. Maybe I should be dead at this point. Like that's the kind of thing that's going through his head. And then he says Bruce Wayne's the only one we didn't catch. Like, wait, oh, and the thought process changes to that different music. And it's just wild. It's like, it's one of those things that like Giacchino doesn't play to all of the synced up moments that he could, that other folks do. But that one was friggin' work of art. Just a master.
I will say this. I love a couple things I want to say. I really hope this movie doesn't get Loganed, because I think at least early Dano deserves some love here. And I don't think he's going to get it because it's a superhero movie and it's DC, and that's not what the Oscars or the Golden Globes do. But at least for me, in the 2023 Defender Awards, we got a couple front runners for best supporting actor in this film. So that's what I, So I'm going to not forget this one when we get to the end of the year. The other thing I would say, what I loved about what the movie was setting up and saying is both the Catwoman and Riddler have this concept of, I'm owed. I didn't get mine. My life sucks. I had bad cards dealt. And they both assume that Bruce Wayne's got it all. Riddler just goes on that huge speech. I was an orphan. He was an orphan, but silver spoon in his mouth, not a care in the world. That's bullshit. Batman's really fucked up. Everybody who talks about privilege talks about one thing: money. Only money. They don't talk about any other privileges. They don't mean any other privileges. They just mean money. And I don't care what word you put in front of the word privilege. Both Selena and Riddler are both coming at this as getting back at the people who have more than I had. I didn't have, they did, fuck them. And they're part of the reason that I didn't have. Now, what the Riddler doesn't understand is the renewal project was taken over by the mob. That's who he should be mad at. He should be mad at Falcone, not just people who had that he didn't have, because he's who fucked over the renewal project that would have saved his orphanage. Absolutely. So it's the mob he should be mad at, but he's and same with Selena. You should be mad at Falcone, and she is. And that's the thing that the movie, I think, did a really good job of explaining something that I believe sincerely, which is you can't focus on one type of anything. Bruce probably would give anything to have way less fucking money, but his parents here. And it's like, who has privilege? Mm-hmm. A kid who grows up in not squalor, but low income, not a lot of money, didn't get all the video games and stuff, but he had a couple good parents. He was smart and, came out okay, never made a lot of money. Or the billionaire who had his parents die when he was a kid, and maybe he's a heroin addict. Who has privilege? Everyone just barks about the money aspect, but you don't know anybody until you know their story, and they don't know Bruce's story, and they don't know the hell he's going through, and they don't know that he would trade it all. In fact, he's trying. He's physically trying in this movie to throw it all away because he doesn't fucking care. Yeah. And it's just one of those things that I understand the point of the argument when people try to say it, but it's too shallow, it's too superficial, and it doesn't explain anything, and it doesn't help anything. And it just makes people bitter and resentful. And you end up with I mean, you end up with bitter and resentful people, but then you get the Riddler in a comic book movie and it's way over the top. It's way hyperbolic. But I liked that the movie was saying, Selena and the Riddler have a legit reason to be pissed at the system. Both of them do. They're aiming their ire in the wrong direction is all I mean. And it's more complicated than that. And it doesn't take in a lot of stuff. You're right. It doesn't take into consideration everybody's individual story. I lost my dad. I lost my dad 20 years before I probably should have lost my dad. I don't have that privilege. I never met either of my grandparents. I am the age that my grandparents died at, and I never met them. Does some kid who grew up hearing stories from both of his grandfathers his entire life and they die in their 90s, does he have privilege over me? Fuck yeah, he does. There's a billion ways you can slice the pie. I just liked this whole thing, and that the Riddler's got a kind of point of something he should be pissed about. Boy, he's just flinging in every direction and mad at everybody. And actually, this is a good segue. Mm-hmm. So Donald, we did hear from one of our patrons and one of our supporters wrote up a beautiful write-up of Batman, and he said something that I just simply disagree with him with. I wanted to ask you a question. He said that he didn't really buy Riddler's motivation here. There wasn't a catalyzing event that we saw or heard about that made him suddenly turn into a serial killer. I have what I think, but what do you think about the validity of Riddler's reason for doing this that he just revealed to everybody? Is it solid?
I mean, it was a long time coming, and honestly, I mean, Riddler's not wrong when he equates himself to Batman here, and it's because, like you said, Batman was the inspiration. Batman was the instigating moment. Frankly, like in some respects, Riddler was, it was from as soon as he was orphaned sort of thing. And then as soon as the orphanage stopped being funded and fell apart and everything was going to shit in his life. And so he had all kinds of background that was certainly able to be, ripe for being, what's the word? Radicalized. Sure. Right. And, but then what sets him over the top? What gets him to that point of radicalization or being a serial killer? Obviously he's got to screw loose one way or another anyway, but it's twofold. One, he sees Batman doing stuff. He sees vengeance on the streets and he's like, oh man, if only I could do that. But what could I do? And then he uncovers the corruption at renewal and he's like, well, that really sucks. I can't stand that. This is the worst thing. This is the problem with Gotham City. This is the problem with America, right? We live in a society, whatever. And so it's that together. Yes. It's the there's no justice in the world. I wish I could do something. And look, there's somebody who's doing something about it. And like, okay, well, I can't do that, but I can do, a little focused violence. Right. And that's, I mean, it's right there.
He says, I don't have the muscle. My strength is up here. I can't do what you do. He said it right there. Yep.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean that like Batman is the guy who sets him off just as much as Riddler sets off his other followers. It's a domino effect, and so I think it's I love that aspect of like You mentioned that like Riddler and Selena both are so frustrated with where they've come from, how things have been bad for them, that they're just going to go off and who let the chips fall where they may. I'm a loaded gun. I'm going to point myself wherever I can and just start firing because damn it, I got hurt as a kid. And that's what Bruce Wayne's doing the entire movie as well. The last 2 years he's been doing that. And so they actually are the same. I have no problem with them being compared to each other because for all intents and purposes, they absolutely are, except that what we're about to see changes Bruce. And what he's seeing right now is he's reacting to that. He's like, no, I can't, you're going somewhere I can't follow. Yeah. Right. Like, yeah. He's already said it to Selena. Like, I can't go and kill people. That's not. Because I can't come back from that. I will go. I've been going balls to the wall against these bad guys, but there's a point where I cannot go. That's the point. And I think that's a big part of Batman's whole thing. And I know a lot of people like that about him, but and Riddler is like, nope, there's nothing I wouldn't do if I can. I'm going to do it smart, but I'm going to absolutely do everything I want to and damn the consequences, because it's got to be done. And who better than me?
Yeah.
Who else could see it except for maybe Batman? He can help out. And
yeah,
things
so
like that.
Look, it's a slow burn. You said it, the first sentence you said, this was forged of 15 years staring out the window of the orphanage in a shitty, cold piece of shit, dilapidated place where no one cares about him. Right. And so he stewed and he stewed and he stewed and he stewed. And I would argue Donald's correct. The catalyzing event was Batman showing up. Batman showing up gave him all the rest of the ideas that he needed to go further, to go too far, right? So I bought it because that does happen. There are people who grow up very bitter and resentful and angry, and they don't have purpose in life, and they get mad and they lash out, and they,
and all it takes is somebody else to do something that's like that inspires them, like. And then you get a copycat, and that for what it's worth, to change gears a little bit to Spider-Man, that's J. Jonah Jameson's whole point about criticizing Spider-Man is like, even if he is a good guy, he is inspiring people to do bad, because other people, bad people, worse people than Peter Parker, are doing the same thing, just with terrible motivations, as opposed to, like, even if, like, Jameson didn't like Peter, didn't like Spider-Man, didn't trust him. But if nothing else, even if he's great, we'll look at the impact he's having, that now there are all these supervillains that are basically inspired by his existence in New York City. So it's the same kind of thing for Gotham.
So I agree. It wasn't on screen and it wasn't overly dramatic, but I think it's very, very realistic, is I guess what I'm saying. So.
And it's right there. Yeah, it's there. It's not on screen, but it's definitely
there. So
there.
Bruce heads to the Riddler's place again, and the cop that was mad that he was in the first crime scene's like, yeah, you shouldn't be. Okay, I'm going to let him in here.
He was great. I love that part.
He didn't say exactly that, but it's close. Anyway, he sees the carpet tool, pulls up the carpet, reel changes in there with indicators of where the bombs are. And here's the cool thing about the plot, guys. That is the murder weapon in the he had this plan the whole time for Batman to find the murder weapon from the very first murder and unearth under the carpet exactly what the guy was going to do. His entire plan worked from start to finish. He plays a video on the computer, which is a private video to the Riddler with his followers. And it looked like there were 50, I think they said. Definitely in a town of like,
no, it's 507.
500 people. I don't know.
I was jealous.
Gotham's got like, I don't know, millions of people. And so that makes about sense. That's about right. Anyway, he plays the video and they're talking to the community he's gathered. They're going to blow the seawall, drown Gotham. I mean, partially. And then the bombs immediately start to go off while they're in the apartment. Riddler's watching it out the window, cackling. It's so creepy. And then Bruce sees it and looks at the cop and goes, call Gordon. And he's like, yeah. I'll totally call Gordon. Anyway, the bombs start to go off, and then they realize they start coming together. And I guess this is also the night of where the new mayor, she's going to take, I don't know. It's election night. So it's her acceptance speech or whatever. And I guess,
and you can see from the very beginning of the movie, like they're scheduled this night at the Gotham City Garden or whatever.
Everywhere, right?
Yeah, that it's going to be election night. Watch the election returns with us at the Garden, and it'll be our victory party or our concession party, either one, sort of thing. That just happens plenty. And so it was totally foreshadowed that that's where we were going to end up. We just didn't know.
That's right. Anyway, so they try to get her to, we got to get you out of here. Like, yes, I know everyone's coming here because it's kind of a safe place from the flood, but that's kind of the point, and that's kind of what we're scared of, and we think you're in danger. We got to get you out of here. And her idealism nearly gets her killed. She's like, I'm going to stand up to the criminals. And walks out there, gets fucking shot. I mean, and so it's
That's one thing Gordon didn't do. Why didn't he go out there? He should have gone out there.
Probably
with her,
so.
you know?
Anyway, she was humbled in that moment, and it's actually clear by the end of the movie.
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah.
It's fine. Everybody deserves some character growth. That you can't just be an idealist politician. There's some real world shit going on here, and you're going to have to trust. We're going to have to work together to do this. Your idealism is needed, and you're going to have to also listen to the pros here, and we can actually get a lot of good shit done. But anyway, I'm glad she wasn't killed. Anyway, so Batman then enters through the skylight, which is just baller as all hell. And the fight starts, which is, I can't do anything, but anyway, Selena shows up, Gordon shows up, and then there's a fight on top of the big scoreboard. And eventually I find it all great. And I loved the hand to hand, and I loved the stuff he did. Eventually he takes a shotgun point blank. And what I loved about it was he could take it, but he couldn't take it. Like, the suit took it, but I'm sure he's got some busted ribs. I'm sure he ain't happy. Selena saves him, and she tells him, it's over. But then a guy almost kills her. He's real hurt. He then drugs himself with some kind of an EpiPen.
It's got to be. It reminded me of the Bane serum.
It's green, and I wondered just for purposes of Matt Reeves, it's a tiny. What I wondered was, is it a tiny little experimental short-term version of Venom that somehow somebody gets that formula, bastardizes the hell out of it, and you get Bane later? That's my headcanon. It was green. And Gordon stopped. He was going to kill the guy. Gordon stopped him. He was going to beat him easily. To death. Abso-fucking-lutely. And then they unmask the guy and says he's vengeance. It's the guy who lost his daughter or told the story of losing his daughter at the memorial, right?
Yeah. But the fact that he says, he's like, who are you? And who the hell are you? And vengeance.
Why do you think that's important? I think it's important because this is also, just as Falcone dying was a catalyst, he's looking at a guy very similar to him. He lost family. He lost family to the corrupt, to the criminal. He felt like he needed to do something. And to him, the criminals were the corrupt politicians, which is why he was trying to shoot the new mayor. And
exactly.
He can empathize with this guy. He gets where it comes from. And now he's like, oh, you're doing vengeance. Okay, I need to not do this anymore. Not for this reason. It's a great moment. It's subtle. It's small, but it's such a great character moment. And they linger on it.
I think it plays just right, and it's not over impactful. It clearly affects Bruce though, to the point where he's like, yeah, I guess you are, aren't you? And I suppose I'm not vengeance anymore because I can't be. Like, I don't have to be either, but I also can't be because I can't. I see now what I had become and what it did. He was already journaling about what impact he'd had on the city. He didn't think he'd had a good impact on it. Obviously, this is the impact that he's had on the city.
Yes.
And, it's ended this. And so now he's got to figure out, okay, I need to be better. I need to be more like my dad. And, what can I do next? Right. And so then the water comes in through all the doors, the water rises up to where the level of the doors. And so they finally bust through catastrophically, and the flood comes in into the arena even more and knocks over the big old stage area with like the structure with the lights and everything that the former mayor's wife and kid are there. And the mayor-elect is there, and Gordon was just there, and there's other people there too. But then there's big old electric cable, some kind of high voltage cable that comes down, and it's showering sparks everywhere, and it's gonna end up killing all those people that are in the water, And so Batman doesn't take much time to think about it, which is awesome. And he jumps out to it. And I thought, all right, you're going to cut below where you're holding, right? So that you're not going to chop off you're not going to sit on the branch of the tree and then cut between you and the tree.
Right.
So that you fall off. You're not going to do that. You're going to cut below you. No, he doesn't. He cuts above him.
Right.
And I think that was your point where it removes the threat of the electricity for everybody below, but he was already out there. I think he was probably the only one who could have done that because, like you said, his suit was hardened against that kind of voltage, right? So just that there is him being, an actual hero, selfless, because he totally could have just, beefed it into the stands or something and hurt it, and just died right there. But he caught the cable and they dropped into the water, and then he goes into the stage area because like the structure is kind of pinning everybody down, and so he goes in and he gets a flare off of his suit and lights a flare. And then goes and rescues those people, and then you see him lead off with the red light and everything.
But the important thing is he reaches for the mayor, and she won't take his hand until the little boy does.
That's right.
The little boy is the one who trusts him. The kid who is most like him reaches for his hand, which is why I thought, like, if they want to continue the series, it'd be a really cool Robin or something. If the kid, the kid's last name's Mitchell, so it's not gonna, I don't know. But regardless, I thought it was pretty cool. And I liked it. She won't take his hand. She's like, fuck, I ain't taking your hand. You're not pulling me out of here.
Why the hell would I, would I trust you? I hadn't noticed it the first time because I was just like, I was absorbing everything. But the second time I noticed that she didn't do it. And then this little hand comes and it's the boy. It affects me more thinking about it now than it did the first time I saw it, because it's just like, oh my gosh. And so that's what makes her and everybody else trust him to where he has, that's the impetus there that, now he's literally the beacon of hope, right? And leading them out of the darkness and pain and flood and everything to there is a future now because of that.
Well, if you want to play the final scene here, this is basically Bruce narrating into the journal again from the beginning of the movie a few days later with what happened. And then it goes to Arkham with the Riddler, and he's got a cellmate next door. But this is, and he figures out he's had an effect, but it's not what Donald said. It's not what he intended. It's not what he meant, but maybe this is a better way to do it. So here is basically, it's Selena and Bruce is the final scene, but this is basically the final scene we'll play here. Here it is.
Wednesday, November 6th. The city is underwater. The National Guard is coming. Martial law is in effect. But the criminal element never sleeps. Looting and lawlessness will be rampant in the parts of the city no one can get to. I can already see things will get worse before they get better. And some will seize the chance to grab everything they can.
We will rebuild, not just our city. We must rebuild people's faith in our institutions, in our elected officials, in each other. Together, we will learn to believe in Gotham again.
I'm starting to see now. I have had an effect here. But not the one I intended. Vengeance won't change the past. Mine or anyone else's. I have to become more. People need hope. To know someone's out there for them. The city's angry. Scarred. Like me. Our scars can destroy us, even after the physical wounds have healed. But if we survive them, they can transform us. They can give us the power to endure and the strength to fight.
That jaw's terrible. Him raining on your parade like that? What is it they say? One day you're on top. The next, you're a clown. Well, let me tell you, there are worse things to be. Hey, don't be sad. You did so well. And you know, Gotham loves a comeback story. Who are you? Well, that's the question, isn't it? Riddle me this. The less of them you have, the more one is worth. A friend.
Okay, a few things. So let's do something in the way first. Did you know? Okay, so really cool, Donald. So there's a website almost all guitar players go to for tabs and music sheets to play things called Ultimate Guitar Tab. They always have charts on the front of the most downloaded stuff. Something in the Way is now in the top 10 of nice. And here you go, kids. Guitar players drop C sharp. It's 444-0002 over and 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 over. And there you just did the entire song. Sometimes simplicity works. Did you know, Donald? It's just trivia. And I don't know. I don't think Matt did this, but it's kind of one of those cool stretches if you want to make it in your head. Did you know what Something in the Way leads into? Do you remember the Nevermind album? Do you know what happens after the song is played?
I didn't own it, but I did read up on it a little bit, and I can't remember what came after, except it was a hidden track. Like it's 13 minutes later.
Of silence later, and it is a track called it's called the Endless Nameless, which is just ironic with the film, because Riddler felt like, and Batman wasn't really being seen as Bruce, and Riddler felt like he wasn't even seen. Anyway, I don't know. I'm stretch. It's a real stretch. I pulled a muscle to get there. I get it, but I just think it's cool. So I think fun. This is Batman's origin story in a way, even though Matt Reeves said, I don't want to tell an origin story. By the end, he figures out this is why I need to be Batman, not to beat people up and kill people or get my vengeance. I'm helping people. And you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's how you cure the city. Maybe not just offing the criminals or getting them off. You know what? Maybe I'll just be the hero that little boy just saw, that he just got his hands on. Literally. This is one of my favorite superhero arcs. I love that DC does this. I just believe in my heart that DC does character arcs better than Marvel, even though, it's also Marvel also does great ones when they're given like a ton of movies to do. I mean, my God, Tony Stark's arc is insanely complicated and great and fantastic in every way. I just really like seeing what forges your moral compass. And I like that we watched it on screen. And here's the cool thing. So Dr. Seuss is the guy who once said, if something bad happens to you, you have three choices. You can let it define you, let it destroy you, or let it strengthen you. And Bruce was doing the first two for the first 2 years like crazy. And now he's going to do the third one. He's going to let it strengthen him. It's going to be fine. So anyway, he's chosen to now be a hero. And I find that great. Anyway, what do you think of the whole end in this whole mess?
That's what I like about this is that, he was self-destructing for 2 years and bringing the city down with him. And not that it needed his help, but he definitely was headed that direction. And the events of this movie and the people around him turned him around, and he had to make decisions as well. He could have, there are points where he certainly could have gone with Selena and just gone murderous, could have gone with Riddler and gone even more murderous and leading a group of Riddler clones and Batman clones. I mean, that's totally totally within the realm of possibility of how this movie began and how it continued, but how it ended was super satisfactory to me. I like that it is clear that there's more for Batman out there, which makes me happy. There's more for Selena, there's more for Riddler and Joker, which is exciting as well. But I think that and Penguin, that was we saw him. He was in Falcone's office now, so he's taken over.
Right.
The mob at this point. So we're going to get to see that hopefully in the series on HBO, which I'm excited
about. Tell me who the Joker was. It was who was it?
It was
you had the actor name.
It was
you
the guy
told
who
me
played.
Who it was.
Yeah, Barry Keoghan. He played Drew again in the Eternals.
Okay, and so, also a really cool thing. Do you remember when we saw tabloid pictures of Bruce Wayne and his life in the house there? In one of the pictures, there's a smiling guy standing in the picture behind Bruce Wayne, and it's him. In other words, he's kind of been stalking Bruce, or was there. Maybe the Batman put him away already once. I liked that all the Gotham stuff was just kind of already there. It didn't like it. Yes, it's getting bigger and worse. And like Selena says here in the next scene, Selena's like, it's going to get worse now. Now all the criminals are going to be jumping for the power and the money and the drugs and now that Falcone's out of the way, it's going to get worse.
And there's a power. Yeah, I mean, the if everybody does it right, the police department's totally decimated, one way or another. Like even the ones that survived the flood, right? Like presumably some of them probably didn't. But the, like this is where James Gordon ends up probably being commissioner at some point, and things like that. So it's pretty cool. Looking a little bit into the future here, I want to say to DC, like part of me is like Snyderverse was good. Keep on going, keep it up. Let's go ahead with everything that you've had planned and continue on as such. And part of me is like, but I'd be really thrilled if we keep on seeing this Batman and everything in this world, this Gotham. I have no qualm. Like I was ready, Scott, in a lot of ways. You tell me what you thought. I was ready for this movie when it was announced that it was not going to be part of the DCEU. This was around the same time that Joker was announced as well. Like it's going to be disconnected from Justice League and the Snyderverse. I'm like, but I want more of the Snyderverse. Let's do it. Like you've already started this, just continue it, and it's great. And then Joker, I'm not sure that I can see a real good way to continue that in a way that I particularly am interested in. This, however, I could totally like. So I almost want DC and Warner Brothers to just pick one.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Just pick a direction, dude.
But the flip side is, you know what? Why not both? We can do peanut butter and chocolate. Like we were doing the Snyderverse and the CW verse, right? Like we can they've got the money and they can just print more money if they keep on doing good stuff and staying out of director's way and writer's way. So if they can follow along these lines, like I've already said it before, like just as long as they're making more and they have more on the horizon, like that's what I want. I want there to be more Superman movies and more Batman movies, and I'm sure that they're not all going to be winners. But there better be one after the one that's not a winner, right? And another one after that, and yes, make Black Adam, make Blue Beetle, make other stuff that I've never heard of before, right? And it's okay to do new stuff. It's okay to do totally original stuff that's not based on a comic book, but just keep on going. And it's when they stopped and were like, wait a second, how are we going to do this right? Like, no, you just keep on going. Like you can figure it out as you go. And, but like the stuff that you've already announced, just go. I want that to come through. And then you can find out, what to do 10 years later, once you get this reaction, but just follow a plan.
Yeah. And what's frustrating about it is just 3 days ago, they punted Flash and Black Adam another year after putting out that giant 2022 is the year of DC, yet they moved up Shazam from 2023 to 2022. So I interpret that as they want Shazam to go before Black Adam, and they're trying to just arrange it, and COVID fucked up a lot of stuff, so I'm going to give them a little bit of a pass here. However, I'm with Donald to get off the fence and pick a fucking hoe and go. And yes, Flash is going to let you do multiverse stuff, and yeah, you can have everything. Just get a direction, folks, because this Matt Reeves shit was stellar as fuck, and the Snyderverse is stellar as fuck. And I don't please just keep going. I'm hopeful, Donald, that here's what I hope. Let me give you my headcanon, all the sunshine and rainbows reason that it's happening. The new Discovery CEO, the new CEO who's now in charge, the new guy is resetting the stage. They're going to do some reshoots for Flash. The Snyderverse is going to happen. And he's just they're resetting the landscape and going, we are going to get off the fence and pick a hoe here, but we have to lay things out like this to do it. That's what I'm hoping. And that's what I'm praying. So there you go. There's my head canon.
It's not going to happen. I am fine. Yeah. Well, right. I think we're going to see more fracturing in the DC content that comes out as far as the medium, and I would just as soon see one continuous thing like an MCU, like we're getting with like the stuff that's on Disney Plus and the stuff that's in theaters is all continuous one way or another, with maybe an exception of What If, but maybe even not. I just as soon see that. I am okay with being able to pick and choose different stuff. It just give it, like, let me decide. Like, just I can't pick one over the other if you don't give me something to pick from, right? So if there are no Batman movies, then I can't pick what Batman movie I'm going to see next, or what thread am I going to follow, the Snyderverse, or am I going to follow the Matt Reeves stuff, or whatever, right? And so you've got to be producing for me to be able to do anything with it.
Agreed.
And so I'm thankful that they're doing this. This has been received very well by a lot of folks that I don't think were expecting. I don't think a lot of people were expecting this to do as well as it is doing. It certainly is a bit of a nail in the coffin of the Snyderverse, but if they're pivoting away, this is not a bad way to pivot. It's just I'm okay with something. Just give me something. It's got to be something. I'm not okay with nothing.
I'm with you, man. But hey, as far as this goes, A+. I loved it better the second time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so ready. I was so glad they did this. I'm so glad we got so much we didn't know. Hopefully, hey, at a 4.5 hour show, we've talked 3.5 hours about a 3-hour movie. So you're welcome. But no, I love getting nerdy and analyzing everything. Not to end on kind of a downer. I just saw the news that William Hurt died. Ross from the MCU, if you don't really know, all natural causes, nothing crazy, but children of the lesser god, broadcast news, Civil War, Endgame, all the MCU movies. I didn't want to end on this note, but I wanted to say something because that's a big loss. That's a big loss.
It just happened.
It just happened. Just happened today. So just a bummer. Anyway, RIP to one of the goats, man. Maybe our backlot tour, we'll do something about him or something. We'll see what's going on. But anyway, thanks for hanging so long. I think we've talked long enough about this, and it's time for us to go eat dinner. So hopefully you enjoyed all this and appreciate everything from the cinematography to the horror elements, the music, sound design, the acting performances. There's so much in here to like, even if for some reason this didn't land all the way for you. So hopefully we've been able to pull something out of the fire for everybody. So everybody had a good time. Donald, you ready to get out of here? All right, so, man. For the Movie Defenders, I'm Scott.
I'm Donald. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.